touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just let me all night. Just let me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. Isn't hot, hot,
find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best.
like you, and the drama only.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，笑笑。
There's the gold violet.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭 launch。
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another week here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season, and this week will tell it all. I'm Cheatin coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are winding down the regular season here.
I'm ready. I'm ready. We have been waiting for this moment. Patch 4.2 now online. The teams finally will have the chance to test it out just before the playoffs, and I'm just very excited. I want the games to start already, but we have to talk about the situation of the other teams, because we're now on last week, and even last week we have seen a couple of teams that are already mathematically removed from the playoffs. Some teams already assured of their spot as well. And these are the champions actually we have seen just really popping off, highly prioritized. It's basically the same, just shuffled around a little bit. And definitely these champions or the priority champions will surely change just because of this patch 4.2. We have seen the biggest update just yet.
All right, and I mean, so far for the last 9 weeks, we have had Camille be pretty much, you need to pick or ban her. She's mostly banned 90% of the time, but whenever she's not banned, she will be picked. 100% pick ban right now. Aatrox bringing up the second spot. You know, we kind of always talk about it on Red side. You have to ban Camille, Aatrox, and one more thing, but you know, these guys, some of the best of week number 9 from the APAC team. Of course, KT Roaster, 3 of their members made it in because they're just that beastly, but Joshi and Noel making it into here as well, very, very good for them, because I mean, Joshi has been a beast there for Enigma Galaxy, you know, putting them in that number 3 spot in the APAC playoffs. And of course, Noel has been a force of just pure destruction for the side of Rerum United. And really, what can you say about KT Roaster other than they are the best in APAC at the moment?
I mean, these teams have been pushing everything right now in their limits to secure their spot in the playoffs. But Rerum United Esports are already secured, and Noel has been, you know, a big factor with his amazing performance. And the rest of the team as well has been really taking their due part as well to influence their win rate, to allow the team to just get this spot right now. Even they have, I believe, a couple of games still left for this week, but they're already secured of their spot regardless. They have a match on Team Flash, they have a match against KT Roaster Y, but I mean, it's just going to be a test of the water of the patch 4.2, in which right now the teams are also just trying to extend their scoreline. In the CN Confidence, we have seen a lot on the side of FPX, Nova Esports, JDG, and ThunderTalk as well. I think ThunderTalk is one of the teams that just significantly improved, and I can't help but feel just happy for the team, because they initially started in the tournament struggling, but right now, come the ends of this regular season, they have been flourishing.
Yeah, and they have got some really, really key wins over the past few weeks. I mean, just last week they did take a really good win off of was it Rare Adam? I think it was. So I mean, of course they deserve that, but it's still going to be, you know, Fun plus Phoenix mainly dominating the top player charts for the Chinese conference. QF16, the jungler here, what an insane impact player. I mean, when they went up against Cerberus Esports, he had the, you know, the audacity to take that Yone up against Y1. They didn't win that, but when the Aatrox was left open, oh Lord Almighty, Cerberus Esports regretted that, because QF16 just went on a tear. And man, they definitely deserve it with all of the high stats here. 80% kill participation.
Oh yeah.
And even in the jungle role, 23% damage done. That is nothing to scoff at. But let's take a look at the APAC standings, of course. So there are some teams that, as you said, are mathematically eliminated already. That's Team Flash and Invade Esports. Unfortunately, there's 0% chance of them making it, even if they, you know, win, you know, at basically anything. They're done. They're done for. However, who's not done for yet is Enigma Galaxy, now it's Esports, Cerberus Esports, and Fennel, because Rerum United and KT Roaster are mathematically secured their playoff spot, but there still could be some shakeups in the standings here for the teams in the 3 to 6 range. So even though there are 3 Filipino teams here, you know, we might just be seeing one of them make it to the playoffs, depending on how the rest of the matches go for these APAC teams.
I mean, it's very important. Every single game just counts right now. Enigma Galaxy has to win at least one. Naos Esports has to win at least one as well to prevent Cerberus Esports and Fennel from taking their spot. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports and Fennel both has to win actually 2-0. That's how difficult this is for them. And I believe Cerberus Esports will have they have a match today against Invade Esports, but they also have a match against Team Flash this Saturday. So it's again going to be everything on the line. Fennel as well will have they will have their match coming this week. Actually tomorrow against Naos Esports, and on Sunday and against Nigma Galaxy. It's going to be a rough journey for this last week in attempt for these teams to secure their spot for the playoffs. Here are the standings for the CN conference. We already see actually a lot of teams secured of their spot already. Keepers Gaming, J-Team, Nova Esports, JDG, Weibo Gaming, and also Edward Gaming. The only teams that are fighting for their spot right now actually are Thunder Talk, Trace Esports, and Woohoo Gaming, because the positions can still change. Woohoo Gaming still has a chance to climb up the top 8.
Exactly, and that is a pretty good chance that they will be taking if, you know, they win their next couple of matches, because they do have to dethrone basically either Trace Esports or Thunder Talk, who are not any slouches by, you know, any stretch of the imagination. Trace Esports, Weibo Talk, Thunder Talk, you got Z there holding it down. They're just insanely talented players, but Woohoo, you know, they have to be super on point if they want to even sniff the playoffs contention here. And honestly, their players have not been all too how should I say, all too impressive compared to the superstars that Trace Esports and Thunder Talk have.
I mean, it's going to take a lot. Again, it is already the last week of the regular season. I apologize for my cough. Suddenly, something just happened.
Oh, yeah.
But here is the matchups for today. Again, take note that every single game counts. We're now on patch 4.2 as well. So it is a big change for the potential biggest change as well on the standings for our CN teams and our APAC teams. We have Edward Gaming versus Rare Atom, Cerberus Esports against Invade Esports, and OMG versus JDG. And again, I just want to remind you guys, we're now on the ADC meta. We're now on the patch 4.2, and I'm just excited for this. We have been asking for this for the longest time now. When will the ADCs be meta again? And today marks the day that we are going to be seeing them on the WRL.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully these players have had a little bit of practice with the new meta, with how everything's, you know, going to be a little bit more different. Of course, mage bottom laners are not going to be as strong, but hopefully, you know, we do see some great adjustments going back to, you know, some of those stronger ADCs that we have seen in the past historically. Of course, our first match going to be EDG versus Rare Atom. Now, I don't know about you, but I can already tell what's going to happen here, Guillaume.
I mean, EDG, this is a very formidable team. They had some struggles, but they climbed back up towards the top of the CN conference bracket, or the standings. They're coming off of a 4-game win streak after getting so much momentum in this final weeks of the regular season. They're already basically assured of their spot for the playoffs. They have now the perfect balance of aggression and teamfight manipulation. And Langui, we talked about Langui a lot of times, he has been the key towards their success.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't say the same about Rare Atom. They really haven't had as much success. Of course, EDG with Langui have just been absolutely beastly, and you know, that trend may be continuing here. However, for Rare Atom, they are at the bottom for a reason. They just have not had any super impressive performances. The only matches that they have won, you know, are against Woohoo Gaming and Cerberus Esports. One of them even an APAC team, and the other, you know, fighting for their lives in contention. So having to go up against EDG, now one of those strong teams from the start, and now another strong team finding their strength back in the, you know, later stages of the regular season. EDG have just been, you know, absolutely unstoppable with Langui. I don't think that they have actually lost a single game with Langui as their support. Whenever they switch on to Akato, yeah, they are, sorry, to Hudia, yeah, they can get a loss, but Langui has just been so on point. It's insane.
And we have to talk about the stats as well, right? Because there's a lot of changes in the patch 4.2. R8, the Rift Herald now only spawns once, but with one charge, it can actually take down a tower already. with like 250 HP remaining, something like that, and it just deals so much damage. The tower HP has been reduced as well. I mean, it's a massive change to the patch 4.2, and it is going to be very important how the teams are going to be taking part of it and making sure that they get their values worth. And talking about the dragon size as well, we have Alone that is performing so good on the side of Edward Gaming, on the APCs, on the Varus, on the Senna at times, and even on the Corki at times, and Jace. But right now, he's going to be able to use a standard ADC to unleash his power even more in the Dragon lane. Come Yuri, which has been a bit of a victim on the enemy team's aggression, is needing to step up right now. He has to perform the same level as Alone and also the rest of the team, because EDG, being known for their really deadly aggressive playstyle, are going to try to maintain that in this new patch.
Yeah, and I mean, aggressive playstyle is probably going to be the key here for these teams. But let's take a look at our stage.
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。不知不觉呢，常规赛已经来到了最后一周，目前2大赛区的晋级形势都较为明朗，但是仍然有一些悬念。今天呢，绝地翻盘的奇迹能否再度出现？而在今天，我们也将在比赛中正式启用 4.2 的全新版本，我们能否在这里看到新英雄斯维因的赛场首秀呢？一切悬念都将在本周揭晓。今天的首场对决将由 EDG 战队对阵 RA 战队，已经率先锁定晋级席位的 EDG 战队将会在今天对全新的版本带来哪些新的突破与尝试呢？而 RA 战队又能否在版本更迭之后再次证明自我？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. The regular season has come into the last week. The qualification for both regions is getting more clear, but still got some suspense. Can they turn the table? And from now on, we're gonna enable the brand new meta of 4.2. So can we see the first show of Swan? All the suspense gonna be cleared in this week. And now we're gonna have Edward Gaming versus Real Adam. The Edward Gaming has secured their playoff, so can they take what kind of breakthrough into this game? And the Real Adam gonna prove themselves after the change of the meta. So let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Edward Gaming and Real Adam.
Sunflower，
你们该换的不是辅助，是谁？你们心里清楚。
你们需要考虑的不是这些，是想着怎么放下。
Oh, they're excited. They're excited for this patch. They're ready to wreak havoc in the Rift. They're ready to showcase their talent right now. The first day of patch 4.2. First day of our last week in the regular season. Let's go.
Let's go with only 1 week of patch 4.2 regular play before we head into the playoffs. These teams are going to milk it for everything that they've got. Yeah, some teams have already qualified, so they're going to be doing a victory lap. But other teams, they're still fighting, man. And some teams are just straight up eliminated, right? Like we're at them right now, so they really just want to have a little bit of fun. Maybe bring EDG's stats down a little bit before they say goodbye in the WRLA. But the Sunflower coming out first. I absolutely love it. Hell yes. And he's got the magic expression too. He's forming leaves with his hands. I love these Chinese players. They have such a good sense of humor. Excuse me, sense of humor.
I mean, even Rocky was a little surprised coming there. Why do we have still the heart? Is there another event here in the Million region? Because we have witnessed the Chinese Valentine's Day. I'm not sure with the sunflower. But looks like they are just loving this new patch. Probably they're showing the love. They're showing the love for the ADCs, not the APCs anymore. And I do love this change as well. I mean, we have been waiting for this for quite a long time. Finally, we do see Alone and Yuri as well matching up. They are just, you know, the dragon laners that we talked about earlier, needing to fully utilize the ADC composition. I'm expecting Kaisa, I'm expecting a Jin. I want to see a Samira. I want to see a Twitch as well. And you mentioned a while ago you want to see a Twitch as well. That guy is just obnoxious to see, even on like ranked games.
Did you know that when I first started playing League of Legends back in 2014, I really liked Twitch. He was one of the champions that I really put a lot of hours into back when I first started. I think I was at 100 games of Twitch in a row, just trying to get a feel for the character in the game, and I have a big emotional attachment to that character. My first skin ever was a gangster Twitch, and I still keep that prize, you know, in my memory, in my League memories. So I would be really excited to see if there was a Twitch that would come out in this new ADC meta. So although before we get into the match itself, before we get into the picks and bans and, you know, how things are going to change for these teams in that respect, we do have to go through the solo game first. The 1v1 fight for side here between Alone and Yuri. So that's, yes, because 4.2's come out, we're gonna bring the range champions back, baby. Look at all of that.
I
Not
love
a single melee in sight.
Even the Ezreal is here. We see the Ashe, we see the Varus, we see a Corki. But I don't want to see any Corkis anymore. I want to see the other ADCs. Jhin, pick up the Jhin, pick up the Vayne, pick up the Kai'Sa. Just show us how it's done here. Alone and Yuri battling in the fight for side is going to be a sight to see. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I'm trying to calm myself down, especially because of this patch. But we have played the patch 4.2 already in our games. There is even an upcoming patch 4.2a just to nerf the other ADCs that are quite OP in this patch 4.2. But in this tournament, it's still patch 4.2. So all the OP champions are still going to be OP.
Yeah, hopefully we do see some of that OP quality here, but it does look like a Xayah versus Zeri match coming out here. I think for most of this it's going to be pretty Zeri sided until about maybe level 7, level 8, where, you know, the Xayah gets 2 items maybe, and then is able to use that blade collar to, once it's all set up, she can use that blade collar for massive burst damage. So yeah, we just gotta wait and see, because this all depends on whether or not you know, Zeri's positioning and really early game and mid game strength will be bringing down this Xayah, especially when that ultimate does come out. You know, she does go untargetable and then is able to move around, retreat a little bit with a blade collar as well. So, you know, there is a lot of considerations, but it is going to be a ADC matchup, which we are incredibly excited to see. Thanks, patch 4.2. Let's go.
Thanks, Rito. Thanks for this balance.
Thanks, Riot.
Now it's more toward the balance is tipping towards the ADC side now. We still are going to be looking forward to other champions like the Swain, possibly some tanks in the Baron lane. We're going standard this time in the meta. It's more enjoyable to see, more fascinating, more entertaining, especially with, you know, very I would say explosive team fights. And also just many highlights to be seen in our 5v5 games. But in this ARAM, still going to be just a 1v1. Again, this fight for side is executed to determine which team will have side selection priority. So if Alone wins, then EDG gets to choose whether they want to be on blue side or red side. If Yuri wins, then they get to choose.
Yeah, and here we go. Alone versus Yuri, our first game of the day, ladies and gents. ADC meta coming back at you. And we are going to be having, you know, these two ADs fight it out on the Howling Abyss. First to 2 kills gives their team side priority selection for the entire match. And you can see Alone is actually, you know, threading those cues pretty well onto Yuri. But of course, I don't think we're going to be seeing any huge trades coming out in the first few minutes of this match. They are ADCs. It does take a while for them to get their power spikes, and I mean, just having the range advantage means that these conflicts are really going to be a little bit slower.
This is why I want to say Xayah actually wins the laning phase against Zeri, because aside from not having damage, for Yuri on this Zeri, he also has to dodge all those feathers that alone can just manipulate in the laning phase. Look at how edged right now Yuri is, just because of the presence of those feathers. Ooh.
Oh yeah, Yuri already taking a lot of damage, has to pop the barrier, but the Ignite's ticking down. Will one more tick take him out? No, actually, with 1 HP, Yuri is able to get out of there alone. Maybe a flash Q would be something to look for, but I mean, you're definitely right. I kind of analyzed wrong there at the start. I mean, it does look like Alone with superior range with the Qs and a passive is going to be poking out Yuri quite easier, but you know, returning back with more combat efficiency, Yuri going for the attack speed route while pure AD for Alone.
Yuri should be very, very careful. And we have seen, you know, the item prioritizations, Immortal Shield Bow, the Phantom Dancer. Looks like Alone is going for a different route, possibly going for just more standard damage, or flat damage rather, and he does win the trades here against Yuri. Has the faster wave clear, can just continue to do this from all the time and pressure him as well. Can pressure the tower takedown as well just because of the push pressure, but Yuri's doing a really good job at least poking him out as Alone chases him down.
Yeah, and Alone actually going to be a little bit more powerful here than Yuri, just for a little bit, just for a tiny amount. Because I think once Yuri is able to get the first full item here, then he'll be much more equipped to actually fight Alone in these extended trades, because Alone with his superior range really is just kind of zoning Yuri off from this wave. I mean, Zeri, she does have some amazing bursts, but you do have to set it up right. Alone, though, pretty, I wouldn't want to say brainless, but it does take less skill for that side to poke out a Zeri. And I don't know, with both of their ultimates up now, we could be seeing a big confrontation when they get their first items here. Immortal Shield Bow already completed for Yuri.
Meanwhile, Alone just is stacking the raw damage, the raw power here against Yuri. The feathers are hurting, has a blade collar as well. And we have seen him, you know, just poking Yuri out with those double daggers, or the Q that you mentioned. So Yuri has to be always just careful. He does have a superior range, but only when Alone is chasing him down. When he uses his ultimate, when he uses his lightning crash, then maybe he can actually threaten with a kill. But I don't think it's not gonna be. I don't think it's going to be as effective as Yuri intends it to be, because Alone does have the Feather Storm, in which he can just use it to layer the feathers and then use the blade collar to snare Yuri down. Look at the damage just because of those pokes. Yuri's just in trouble.
Oh, and Yuri almost actually, if not for the Immortal Shield Bow, I think Alone could have completed harder, but Alone doesn't even need to, you know, do much. Just use the passive, use the Qs to
threaten for push.
Poke out Yuri. Yeah, he's going to try for a dive maybe, but under this tower, it is protecting Yuri. That that tower shot actually dissuaded Alone from going for that, but now Yuri really has to think about this back. He has to do it now, and then he has to get back before Alone is able to take this tower down. Because that could be just now.
It's done!
I don't think Yuri's going to make it. Yeah, it should be done. That's it. Alone takes the first tower, and EDG will get side selection priority for the entire match.
I mean, it's a Xayah. It has one of the fastest, if not the fastest, wave clear in Wilder. Just because of the feathers. Just because of the way you can use your skills into clearing out the wave, manipulate the feathers, take it down in like 1 or 2 seconds, and then just go for the final push. And with the Zeri pick, it's really not that effective. I think Yuri just wanted to try things out and, you know, test the water. That is the purpose of this final week in the regular season with the patch 4.2. These teams are going to test out their trainings, their experiments, and their experience in the ranked games and the scrims in the professional stage right now, in the Wild Rift League Asia, the global tournament here on Wild Rift, to determine which composition, which champions would actually work in this scene. Because we have seen a lot of champions actually performing really well, especially because of the patch 4.2 buff. Particularly the Kai'Sa, the Jhin, even the Caitlyn at times. And utility supports right now are popping up as well, like the Lulu, the Yumi, even the Janna can be used now, which we never saw in the first 9 weeks of the regular season, simply because it's not viable as much as the tank supports that we have seen a lot. So right now, people are shifting, the teams are shifting, the players are going to be trying to just get leverage through this big change, and whoever gets to adapt faster gets the better wins.
Yeah, and adapting faster will definitely be a key component here in how, not just these teams, but every single team in the WRLA is going to perform during this week, because, for the past 9 weeks, we've been playing on 4.1, and now we are on 4.2, a completely different meta, a completely different set of powerful champions. So, teams that were weak then may be actually a little bit stronger now. EDG going to choose to be on the red side, while Rare Atom on the blue, and I'm interested to see how the picks and bans do shake out, because do you really prioritize the old champions that are, that were super ban worthy back then? I mean, Camille still definitely is a problem, but is Aatrox really a problem anymore? Can you just let that Aatrox go, maybe bait the other team into picking them? Because EDG starting off with a Camille Varus ban, Rare Atom, of course, the two ninjas, those go together. You ban them out pretty consistently if you do want to take that option away, and the Senna to round it out for Rare Atom.
I mean, Shen, we're seeing bans right now that actually can threaten those ADC champions, right? We do see how Varus can just easily turn the tides around with one chain of corruption. The pokes are also there, and Shen also can block all attacks. Akali and Camille both can single-handedly take a target takedown on those ADCs as well. But one thing has to be stated for a mere fact right now: Kai'Sa will always be a first pick priority, especially this patch 4.2. The adjustments made towards this champion, especially in her passive and the upgrades of her skills, now only needing one full completed item, just allows Kai'Sa users to fully utilize and upgrade their Icathian Reign faster than ever. And also the prioritization on the Phantom Dancer, the Immortal Shield is just so effective now. EDG just going for the burst now with the Jhin, and also some isolation with the Gragas.
Yeah, and I mean, the isolation with the Gragas, it's something that has been super prevalent in this tournament. Just a priority pick for many teams. It's really, a lot of supports prioritize that Gragas over the Nautilus for a really good reason. Now, I like the Jhin pick, I really do. With the Kai'Sa is just something that if you don't let it go, I mean, if you let it go through the ban phase, you have to expect the enemy is going to be picking that up. All that to say, alone cannot be caught alone here. Even in the in the Dragon lane, he can get out-dueled really quickly by Yuri if he is on point with his Kai'Sa rotations. Now, the Yone being picked up here for either Xingdao or Yu, that is something that Rare Atom has to be very scared of.
I mean, Yone and Yasuo are the few champions that actually benefited even from the patch 4.2, simply because of the introduction of the Immortal Shield Bow. And that item is just so influential and so famous for our crit fighters like the Yone and the Yasuo. Now we can see a deadlier position here for Edward Gaming. They have the Jhin, they have the isolation as well with the Gragas, and they're trying to ban away some champions that can actually threaten the laning phase, because these champions take some time to scale up. Even the Jhin at times, he is very aggressive into the early game, but also needs to rely on the items as well to maximize the DPS, especially because there is some sort of reload time for him and would need some assistance as well from his allies. That's why we do see the importance of the Gragas. Wukong most probably going to be going towards the Baron lane, since right now the meta on the Baron lane is more on the tanks. Champions that has a lot of sustain. Wukong is very stable at that, especially with the utility that he provides, the Cyclone for the crowd control on team fights.
Yeah, and now we do see that the Jax is being considered here for Xiao Zhang. I mean, if there's anybody to bring Jax to victory? It definitely is Xiao Zhang. Now, as for the Wukong and the Cyclone, I think that they really have to solidify, or Adam really have to solidify their remaining composition. Although with the Jax being picked up here by EDG, that does put a lot of pressure for. Ooh, wait a minute, a Samira, a Samira in mid. I'd love it, but no.
I mean, we have to wait for now.
They did tease us. The Thresh though going to be locked in.
The first Thresh. I remember Dash and Autolus just begging for this champion to materialize in the previous weeks. But now we see it. Because it's patch 4.2, baby. It's patch 4.2 with the burst, with the ADC meta. And now we're even going to be seeing a Vex. So these teams are experimenting heavily now on the possible composition combinations that they can try out on various teams.
Yeah, and the Vex, man, Vex mid, something that has been brought out a few times. It does have a 75% win rate, I assume, from 3 matches won, 1 match lost, and it was J-Team who picked the Vex and lost the rest of the time. Well, actually, Enigma Galaxy also got a Vex loss there. And honestly, with this new pick, I want to say it's new, but it is something that has to be kind of tested out first and really proven in this field before we can really say much about it. So Vex versus Corki, that is a matchup to really watch out for, folks, because I think that EDG, they are playing it a little bit to the new meta, a little bit back to the old one, while Rare Atom really swinging for the fences here, creating something new and really trying out things. I mean, they have nothing to lose, they're already out, so why not have some fun, right?
And double marksman, that is going to be, I mean, it was already tested out and tried by various teams before. We even see like the Senna and the Corki being picked up, with the Corki into the mid lane, Senna in as a roaming support ADC-ish with a fasting Senna mode being used by teams. But now Corki can still be very much reliable. The magic damage that he just provides is just astounding, and he also benefits from the items right now in the ADC department. So it's going to be very important for the teams to just take note of every bit of advantage that they can actually have with these picks. The Jax even can actually serve a good role into the Baron lane matchup, especially in this game, because again, with ADCs now coming into play, auto attacks are the key. And what does Jax do? It neutralizes auto attacks just with one skill.
Oh, I thought you meant he also auto attacks, because I thought that's where you were going with that. That's also kind of the only thing that he does. Yes, he neutralizes auto attacks with a counter strike, but that is such a short window, and all you gotta do during that time is run away from him, right? Look at this plate already being worked on this tower.
It's an explosive meta now.
Yeah, I mean, explosions coming through. Look at that. Yuri already taken down to a little bit of half health. Max attempting that death sentence onto Alone, but you could see really that these teams are adapting and really carving out their place in the new meta, and I love it. The Flourish coming in there, delaying the backs, forcing Rare Atom to stay in the top lane.
Oh man, I'm just so excited for this. Expect an explosive game all throughout, just because of how fast the game can actually go with the ADCs faster to pushing. That's the hook.
Ooh, I've almost actually connected Yuri so incredibly low. If that Flourish did connect, it would have been lights out there maybe for Yuri. But so far, you can see how much dominance Alone is he has in this lane, just because of the range, the superior range, and kind of wave clear of that Jhin. And well, I actually love that they're playing a lot closer to the old League of Legends meta, with the support and the AD going to be buddies forever. But it is going to be Alone's 100th appearance in professional League of Legends or Wild Rift. So well done to him. Congratulations on that. And for Jhin, it's 4-11 so far. Only 33 more matches until he gets to his favorite number.
Rare Atom should get a little bit of an advantage, especially when we do see Yuri picking up the first item, the Phantom Dancer or the Emerald Shidbo. Oftentimes you do see first item Phantom Dancer actually, just because of how cheap it is. Max!
Oh! the flame back, and Morty's already here. He's looking for the gank. He flashes onto Alone, and it's Yuri who gets that kill. But the Fate Seal, will it be sealing anybody's fates? Already one down. Yuri, he will be living. Xiang Dao unable to finish off that kill, and there's no explosive gas available. Langui just hit level 5 now. So with all that being said, 1 for 1, it did benefit Rare Adam a little bit more. Let's take a look at that again.
I mean, the setup was great. We have the lantern, but Morty actually didn't pick it up, so that was unfortunate. So he didn't actually have the follow-up to take down Alone as fast as he wanted to. That comes through the Fate Seal from Shingdao 7. Big punish, 1 for 1 trade. Almost even got the kill onto Yuri. So those minor mistakes are going to be a big factor in this game. Again, EDG is very disciplined. Rare Atom not having the synergy that they wanted to have, especially, again, there are a lot of changes. And that includes you needing to pick up the lantern, because Thresh now is meta.
Oh, that's not even a change. They got trying to go for something onto Yuri. The explosive cast did not work. A counter gank there by Max forces Langui back, but they should be fine. And let's talk about that lantern again, because that is the bane of every single Thresh player in existence. Hold that thought, because Xiao Zhang going to be engaging onto Rocky here. I'd say Xiao Zhang's got this in the bag. The barrier will save Rocky for a little bit, but the extended auto attack range from the W gets that. Fate Seal now coming up there. Sheng Dao going to look for a kill onto Max, and it's Alone who's giving it. And there's go. Curtain Call 1. Not 2, not 3. Oh, only hit 1. Unfortunate, but a lot of proactivity from EDG side. Net a couple more kills.
Yeah, it's still EDG getting a really good scoreline right now. 3-1. The only kill that Rare Atom actually had was a kill onto Alone a while ago into the top lane, but every single exchange has been benefiting Edward game, especially with Xiao Zhang in the bottom lane as well, just because of a slight overextension by Rocky. He even went in again trying to sustain himself with the grass, but again, it's really not enough to allow himself to be saved. Xiao Zhang just jumped in on him, get the kill. Now Edward Gaming is getting a couple of gold lead, preparing for a bot side push. We have talked about the changes on the dragons. We have Ice Dragon as well, Shingdao 7.
Ooh. Yeah, he is going to get dissuaded from pursuing that. Morty actually was brought back, but Langui now maybe the target here. He's able to just keep them out of sight, but Morty going to get engaged there by Xiao Zhang. A great Jax from the back comes in, takes a kill, takes the jungler out of the stack, and then Rocky comes into the cycle. Takes the Fate Seal onto 3. There's another kill. The Thresh is gone for them, and Rocky now on the run from Alone. He is alone, and he will get taken out. The monkey in the dirt. Now Shingdao 7's on that dragon, but Yuri's still fighting Alone, and that flourish going to hit him right there. While the Infernal Drake comes in for EDG. And look at that Rift Herald. Remember, there's only 1 per game now, and it's Rare Adam who wants to get it first.
I mean, Edward Gaming has already gotten a huge value on that clash. Also, the Infernal Dragon was taken, so that's additional damage for the ADCs, for the Yone, for the Jax, for the Corki. I mean, it's just one stab, but everything has to be considered. Rocky is not going to survive this unless he just backs away.
Yeah, and already you can see this. Oh, that is a big boy Rift Herald push. Comes in quick, but EU and Langui are getting pushed back. They should be able to get this already. But look, Shingdao 7 now left to fight 3. These have already taken down the Jax, and they will take out the Yone too. Now, Rocky and Irma have to dodge these shots. That's 3, that's 4, but Alone does not have enough damage yet to one-shot them. Even with a critical shot on 4, it's still EDG who have the lead, but they got a little bit greedy there in the bot lane.
Overextension. They tried to, limit test themselves. I mean, Edward Gaming has been kind of notorious on their limit test, especially in the first few weeks in the regular season. They have been showing good control lately, but I think they're just really excited for this game. I mean, this is a team that's already secured their spot for the playoffs, and now they're experimenting. These picks are actually working. Collector picked up now by Alone is massive, because Jin is just obnoxious whenever it gets armor penetration, and also the crits just working even better, and the Collector is just going to help him secure those skills better for his side as well.
Yeah, and you can already see the potential of a Jin there that can just really take games over with all the damage. I mean, we have seen this Wenjin's meta in League of Legends PC, and finally seeing this now in Wild Rift is incredibly exciting because it is so satisfying to see a Jhin with a 4th shot in the chamber, flash in, 4th shot, take out an entire half of the enemy's health bar. Now Rocky going to get engaged onto Xiao Zhang, but still I am really excited to see how much he can scale in this game. This is such an extended trade, but Xiao Zhang will not be committing to that kill, will just be killing the minions off.
He has Windows 7 on the top side as well. Fortunately, there was a scrying orb that spotted him out. So good job there by Rocky, just having some stability in the lane despite the win situation right now with Xiao Zhang. We have Irma as well, just trying to survive in the lane, clearing up the ways. Again, the time is going to be eminent here on Rare Atom's side. If they do get the proper engage.
Rocky almost died there, but Morty coming in to secure the kill and help his comrade out. The gank there, perfect for Rare Atom. Now EDG, their goal lead is starting to get a little bit lower. Doesn't really matter to them because they are playing for the macro with 2 ADCs. They do want a good team fight setup.
Let's check out this replay because we haven't really seen it from the very beginning. Again, a good engage by Shengdao7. Xiao Zhang overextending though. It's a big mistake by him. Because not only Rocky was able to heal.
Another engage there onto the Corki, but Langui there to save the day with an explosive cast. Dissuades the rest of Rare Atom to finish that engage off, and they will be able to run back and defend this tower still. The response from EDG absolutely on point now. Shengdao7 showing space there. Rare Atom, they have to back away here and prep for the dragon fight. It is going to be coming up in about 30 seconds. And you can see EDG, they also want to be there first. This is really the only objective left to fight in the rest of the game until the Baron spawns. Because, yeah, only one Rift Herald. But with that being said, you know, that does condense the objectives down to just one. You have to fight this. There is no other choice. Because if you lose the dragon, you can't just, trade it for a Rift Herald anymore. You got nothing.
Second item picked up by Yuri though, Immortal Shilbo and Phantom Dancer. So now he upgraded Supercharge and the Catherine for sure. Can guide the members of Edward Gaming. He just has to get a better position. Right now, Rocky is checking the other side while Morty and Max are holding the other. Edward Gaming still has the better wave clear, still has a better priority in this situation. Rare Atom has to be extra careful because this is again the second dragon. Edward Gaming has picked up the Infernal Dragon already. Package gonna be used. Rare Atom just stalling for time.
Yeah, and you can see the supports already going at each other. There it is, the pickoff onto Max. Will he be able to survive? Not with a Fate Seal as the Thresh goes down, and he also goes down with it. No jungler now for the side of EDG. Morty, the exact right time to pounce on him. And they are going to find Rocky as well. Will the Cyclone save him? Maybe, but Yuri flashing in. Is that good? Yes, it is, especially with the fear from the Vex as they take out the Corki alone and Langui, the last two members alive. Actually, Rare Atom managing. Here comes the Jax back in. Xiao Zhang, he's going to get scared away. Yuri, he's going to get auto attack down. The first shot taken his life, but alone now. He is completely alone, basically. Xiao Zhang just comes in, tries to go for the stun, and will pay for it with his life. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, but Rare Atom, they, in that extended team fight, got so much. They got the lead of the game in terms of gold as well.
I mean, Edward Gaming, they had a really good pickup towards Max. I mean, that's a problem when you use a Thresh.
Oh yeah, especially speaking of the Thresh, that was a little bit tough for Shengdao to really try to go for, especially with that Thresh there. I'm sorry, the Vex there. And man, it seems like EDG is getting really greedy now.
I mean, they did, especially in that dragon fight. Let's check out that replay because Max got completely decimated. He tried to initiate for the team, but again, Shengdao7 is really good, especially after that cast by Langui. But after that, Leone got obliterated.
Yep, and speaking of getting obliterated, Langui is going to suffer that fate. Here's a current call. Whose name will it be calling now? Morty almost, but Yu is going to finish it off with a flash auto attack. He missed the Q, but that's completely fine. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. EDG needs more of those to get back into the game because they did kind of been throwing for the past few minutes. They have completely lost the lead now, 2,200 gold in favor of Rare Atom. So it really is up to Rare Atom now whether they're going to be able to build that up and snowball, or is EDG going to find the perfect engage, a perfect team fight with a Fate Sealed to bring this back.
Yuri is doing a really good job, honestly, on the DPS, on the Sky side. Was able to maneuver around the team fight as well. He wasn't the one getting the kills because Irma is landing the perfect shot, especially on the recess of that Shadow Surge. And it's also really helping against the engaged composition of Edward Gaming because, again, he has the fear. So even Xingdao 7, even Xiao Jiang struggles whenever they go in because they can easily just be shoved off with one skill of Irma, the fear, and then the rest of her Atom just engage Xingdao.
Oh yeah, Xingdao unfortunately not going to be able to survive, not really paying attention to where Rare Atom was. Sealed his fate there. Unfortunate because, you know, you really have to be tracking where this composition is going to be going to. It is a deadly teamfight composition, especially with Morty and Irma very much ahead. So, you know, they're going to be going for the Baron. Now there's the attempted steal, and no steal going to happen. EDG now getting decimated. Already one kill there, but will they be able to bring it back? Rocky low, but there's already 2 kills on the side of EDG. Now just Xiao Jiang versus 2. Rocky Yuri, will they be able to get the Rampaging Jacks away? No, the stun onto the Kai'Sa, and then Rocky try to go for it. Xiao Jiang versus Rocky, 1 versus 1, the top laners, but what a decimation. They did get the Baron buff, but who is it on now? Just Rocky, as Xiao Jiang is able to get away with just a sliver of health.
Edward Gaming getting the pick up of Irma is the best thing ever here for EDG because they removed the one that has been preventing Xiao Jiang from getting the engage, and with, of course, Counter-Strike was just able to take down Yuri and survive even the 1v1 against Rocky with a sliver of health. Now, like what you mentioned, it's only one champion that has or 2 champions that has the Baron. And it's going to be very difficult now for Rare Atom. I mean, the Baron buff is still there, but not the help with the minions, not the additional buff on the minions. That's the change that they, or the Barons that they've made for the Baron buff. You can die, you don't use your stats, but the help on the minions is removed.
Exactly, and now that does mean that Rare Atom, even though they lost that Baron fight, even though they basically got wiped, they're still able to push down the lanes and really pressure EDG with an extended siege here. Already you can see Rocky pushing down that tower in bot lane, and with Dragon up in 25, EDG needs to look for the perfect team fight. I mean, it's going to be really depending on Xingdao. Will he be able to find the perfect Fate Sealed, or can Langui use his Gragas to disrupt a fight well enough for them to be able to get back into it and really turn the tables against Rare Atom? Because the way I see it, Rare Atom maybe have read this meta a little bit better than EDG, at least for this one, and that's a catch onto a key member. Already Yu is down to about 10%, and he's gonna get hunted down by Yuri, and Yuri will be hunted down in turn. Oh, the Trench Lantern saves him, and look at that fear. 3 members of EDG running in fear and pain, and Morty gonna be jumping on alone. A kill onto Langui. Xingdao 7 trying his best to get at least 1. Rocky's down, and Xiao Jiang, Xingdao 7 live. It's a 3-for-1 exchange, and Rare Atom is slaughtering EDG at the moment.
They're doing a really good job. They're having the burst. They're having the best possible timings as well. This is the last hurrah that we want to see from Rare Atom. Now, let's check out the replay because a beautiful death sentence was made. Perfect follow-up as well. Killer instinct by Yuri. And it's not scared at all because he knows that there's just the Lantern to help him out. Was able to back away, follow up with the Shadow Surge of Irma, and the burst just commenced here from Rare Atom. Nobody can survive the burst from Rare Atom, especially with the Kha'Zix Vex combination. Xingdao 7 lived, got a trade-off onto the Wukong, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is. They're going to really be a tough slog for EDG if they want to win this game still, because Rare Atom, they're so quick to engage, so decisive, and they have so much burst damage that it is very difficult for EDG to fight back, especially if they're all grouped up together, because that Vex, can just come in and essentially force all members of EDG to retreat and be disabled for like 1.5, 2 seconds. Now this Baron dance is going to be a little bit spicy, as it really falls to whether or not Rare Atom is going to commit hard to that and how EDG is going to respond. Morty on ward clearing duty, but there's like a billion wards right there. Elder Drake going to be spotting now, and Rare Atom, they want that instead. They say, the Baron, we're not going to go for that. We're just going to burn down this Elder Drake as soon as possible. And Landry already entering there. There's a Fate Seal onto 2. Will this be it?
Elder,
Can they
though,
turn it around? That's already 2 down. But the Elder does go over to Rare Atom. They can still turn this team fight around if they get the execute thresholds. But yeah, that will be Rare Atom dissuaded from continuing that fight. They did secure that dragon. Xiao Zhang may be looking for something on the board, but he is isolated. Urba fears him as well, and unfortunately the execute threshold will take that Jax down, although EDG, they will be taking that Baron as well.
Good exchange. Edward Gaming just sending out Xiao Zhang to check the area, prevent Morty from having any space to actually contest the Baron takedown. And Rare Atom, they did get the Elder Dragon. It is now 18 minutes on the spawn timer. A lot faster, 2 minutes faster than previous one. They are able to take it.
As Yuri already finds himself in a little bit of trouble, but Yu and Xing Dao are the ones who have found themselves in deeper trouble. The rest of EDG just get wiped out through baiting themselves, basically.
I mean, Irma is just popping off. Yuri as well.
Yes.
Even Morty, they're having the best synergy. Rare Atom performing so well this game, number 1. Definitely they can just end this. Xiao Zhang's gonna try, but I don't think he can. Rare Atom gonna be taking game number 1 against Edward Gaming. It's just an amazing feat to see. I mean, we've talked about the last Ra. Rare Atom already removed or mathematically removed from the playoffs, but they're performing really well in this game. Just demonstrating that they're still a team that needs to be respected.
I mean, yeah, they do need to be respected, just like any team here. It's just that unfortunately, the meta for the past 9 weeks have not been in their favor. Something like the 4.2 meta seems to be something that is a little bit better for Rare Atom, but it did come, too little, too late for them. Because right now, EDG, they are also just trying things out, seeing what works, and this game against Rare Atom that they lost will really actually shed light on their plans coming into the next match, coming into the following week. And even though Rare Atom are out of the playoffs, they do want to get out, they want to go out with a bang, basically. So defeating EDG will be enough proof of that.
Have a grand exit, a strong finish in this tournament is the goal of Rare Atom. And what better way to do it than a match against Edward Gaming, one of the formidable teams here in the CN Conference and in the WRLA as well. And Edward Gaming, they tried out this composition. Yeah, it has a lot of damage. Yeah, they were able to set the tempo in the early game, especially with the ganks of Shindel 7. But come mid-game, when Irma just popped off, look at the score of this guy, 10, 1, and 10. He was the biggest influence on the win of Rare Atom, honestly. I mean, Yuri had his part, but the cancels on the engage just because of the Vex utilities and also how Irma fully utilized it is just the best sight to see on the side of Rare Atom.
Yeah, and there you go, guys. Rare Atom they still got teeth, they still got claws, they're still ready to fight it out here in the WRLA. Even though, they're not in contention for the playoffs, effort is still being put into this. They are still consummate professionals here in the league, and landing a blow against EDG, they're the first loss of a game that EDG has suffered since fielding Langui. There is something to be said about Rare Atom. So I just hope that next season they are a little bit more competitive and show us some more of this fire.
I mean, they still have one more game in this series, and I believe they still have one more game after this as well for the week. So it is going to be, I mean, an amazing feat to see. It's not going to affect their standings at all, but it's going to affect how we see Rare Atom as well in their pursuit again to challenge anyone in the next tournament that they are joining. But for Edward Gaming, the fight is still not done. Again, this is a team that is trying to get a good read on what's working and what's not working in this patch 4.2. And so far, Rare Atom's composition is the one that works. The first prioritization on the guys, I think we might even need to see a ban on this on red side when it is available for a first pick on blue side, because we have seen the adaptation, we have seen the Jax, we have seen the Yone, we have talked about what benefits those champions as well from the patch 4.2 update, but it's really not enough to actually take down Rare Atom, especially with the adjustment here of Irma. The first Vex that he has used just performed magnificently in this game. 10-1 and 10 scoreline, and I believe he is also going to be the MVP. I'm just sure of it.
I'm fairly certain that's gonna happen because Irma did have some very high impact plays. You know, the fear really coming in clutch in a lot of those team fights. So if it's not Irma, it will probably be Morty. I mean, in this MVP race, because Morty has had, you know, a little bit more of a presence throughout the entire game, and I just gotta say that it's going to be Irma. There you go, 10-1 and 10. Absolutely amazing play on that Vex. A huge component as to why Rare Atom was able to actually win all those team fights, because he was just there at the right time.
I mean, to cancel out the engages of both Xiao Jiang and Chengdo 7 was just astounding. And I'm just going to be looking forward to seeing more of a Rare Atom, at least in the last few games that they have. Starting in the series against Edward Gaming, they still have one more game to win this, and possibly in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, Rare Atom give us that firework that we've been waiting for since the very first week from them. So join us for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit after we go on a short break. I'm G10, this is Yang. Don't touch that browser. You are watching the WRL 2023 last week of regular play.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of the day here at the WRLA 2023 regular season, week 10, day number 1. I'm G10 coming at you at week 10 with Guiyang, and we'll go back straight to the band picks here with Rare Atom already at match point and EDG going to switch over to the blue side.
I just love the performance of Rare Atom in game number 1. Edward Gaming this time around is going to adjust. I mean, having first pick priority should benefit them a lot, right? Because they're the ones who can threaten the Kaisa pick first, and Rare Atom will be, taking out the Jin for themselves. I mean, Yuri has a relatively good experience on the champion for sure, and has been testing it out on the side of Rare Atom. Same bans coming through this time though, that Yone is going to be respected by Edward Gaming. We have seen Shindao 7 performing really well on this. The only problem was how squishy the Yone can actually be, and we saw a lot of times that he got taken out, especially with the interruptions there of Irma as well with the Vex. So now it's just going to be respected. It is going to be taken away. Rare Atom still banning the Shen, and I think they have sensed the pattern as well, with the Shen just being very irritating, I would say, just because of the shield, just because of the Stand United, and most importantly, the anti-auto attack.
Yes, and I mean, you really do have to respect auto attack disablers in this patch, because that just takes away the core component of your ADCs and ADC meta. So let's see what EDG. I said ADC meta, guys. Why are you going back to AP carry? Okay, at least if it's
that was old reflex, I guess. Old reflex.
Yeah. I'd say it's a reflex. First pick the Ziggs has been something that we have seen over and over again. But I can still see that EDG are prioritizing Langwei heavily compared to getting a priority ADC pick here. So Rare Atom will be going for the Kaisa.
I wonder why they didn't pick up the Kaisa here for EDG. Maybe they're more comfortable picking up the Jin. Maybe they want to test out a different champion. We saw Hover on somewhere a while ago, but it was on the side of Rare Atom. I wanted to see that in action, but I guess it was denied in game number 1. Hopefully, this time around though, game number 2, we would see it in action, because Rare Atom is building, again, crowd control. And Rocky did a really good job as a Wukong a while ago, providing the CC, even though he did struggle in the Baron lane against Xiaojiang on team fights. He was influencing massively into the fights. So Edward Gaming now is gonna try to bully him even more with a more dominant Baron laner, a Renekton for Xiaojiang.
Yeah, and the Baron laner debate here in patch 4.2, how important are they, and how much pressure can they really mitigate? Because you do know that the Baron lane is going to be the more prioritized one for a lot of the early game, because since there's only one Rift Herald spawning per game, you really do need to put a lot of resources towards that. So we did see in the last game, the Dragon laners, they switched over to the Baron lane. It's and the supports did just kind of babysit them there. So, you know, it remains to be seen how the Baron laners adapt to being in the Dragon lane now. And Lulu being banned out here by Rare Atom. Maybe they know something we don't about EDG's composition.
What am I think I'm sensing that Rare Atom is going to put the Kai'Sa in the jungle instead. We have seen that in action already. We have even seen Long use it in the jungle in his ranked games with high enough, you know, economy being picked up just because of a decent wave clear. When he picks up the Phantom Dancer as well, the wave clear just accelerates even further. We do see the respect on utility champions, so maybe Rare Atom is gonna have the Galio as the support here. EDG did have Langui as the support. Zed being hovered right now is interesting as well. Maybe in anticipation that the Jace might actually be in the mid lane here for you. Rare Atom switched it up. They want the Lee Sin. They want the aggression.
Alright, I like it. I love the Lee Sin pick here. Although it does prompt EDG to respond with their jungler, as well as something else, I guess. I'm not entirely sure why that was pulled, but I'm guessing if we're going for junglers, what can still be available and what is still viable in this patch, in this meta. I'm thinking maybe Vi, maybe Rammus, you know, those champions that either are really good against ADs or have a way to get into that backline and really access it without, you know, too much consequence. So that's immediately where my thoughts go, especially when you're going up against a Lee Sin as well. A Rammus could be really good. Just the insane armor that he gets for basically just existing, and then taking out the ADs and the Lee Sin through their own damage. It's something that you cannot really discount, though it is a niche pick, and I don't know if EDG are really into, you know, those kind of off-meta, quote-unquote off-meta picks.
Well, with the composition of Rare Atom, looks like they want to just be stable into the early game, allow the Kai'Sa to scale up better, and have enough protection with the Galio as well to layer the CCs, prevent any interruption on the free hit of Yuri later on, or more if you ever, you know, they want to switch things up. But with the Lee Sin, it's most probably going to be Kai'Sa in the Dragon lane. But for EDG, I think right now they're wanting to have some burst. Maybe they want to still utilize the old meta champions that we have seen. You know, the Jay is still very much reliable in this particular game. We have seen the adaptation on the Muroman as well. Maybe that can be a necessary change on the scaling of the Jays as well. Langui is very good on the Gragas, though I want to see the Nautilus more though on his side, because he's just so good on it. Very different from the other supports that we have seen in this tournament as well. Xiao Jiang with the Renekton should have a better you know, laning phase against Rocky as well to try and pin him down. Renekton as well has been buffed up. His Ruthless Predator now removes shield when used with his Rage. So it does add up in terms of lane pressure. It does add up in terms of having more confidence in executing a kill, denying some sustain from the enemy side, and just overall a better pick, a better and stable pick for the Baron lane.
Yeah, so with that being said, man, with all of that analysis, we still have yet to, you know, we still have yet to round out their compositions. Hopefully, we see that if we are going to go straight into the Rift. However, hopefully we do get a chance to see what else they picked up, because there is the potential for this to be incredibly interesting. The last two champions for EDG, because so far they have picked a pretty standard composition, something that was viable, and as you said, the Jace could be flexed. Could be flexed to the mid, to the jungle, maybe even to the Dragon lane if they're that bold.
Looks like Yuri has okay. We kind of guessed this happening already just because of your pick, and it is a wrong champion, so they are going to have a remake. The previous pick and bans will be retained, of course, so Still the same champions. We are going to be seeing Kai'Sa, Galio, Wukong, Renekton, Jace, and Gragas. The bans on both sides as well are going to retain. So still, it is going to be a possible Kai'Sa in the jungle here for Rare Atom.
Yeah, that could be pretty exciting because a Kai'Sa jungle, something that is a little bit uncommon these days, but I remember when it used to run rampant back in the funnel meta, I think 17, 18.
Yep.
Something like that. That was something that when I was a League of Legends manager, our team really loved to run just because it was so easy to do, right? But now in Wild Rift, the story is a little bit different. And yeah, and because Yuri did pick the wrong champion, they are going to remake, they're going to retain the picks and bans until the wrong pick. So it should be, you know, completely fine still. They should, you know, fix that and then get into the match. Hopefully we do see the rest of the picks and bans go off as well before we go into the Rift, because it would be a shame if we were to just, you know, load into the Rift and see just the picks and bans without being able to talk about the last couple of picks there.
I mean, funnel strat is very much possible as well in this new meta. That's why some teams, some players even have experimented it as well. I have seen, you know, a couple of, you know, testings being actually conducted, like even the Kale being experimented as a jungler just because of the funnel strat. But I think we're gonna be seeing that on another day. Shen Zhao gonna be picked up here by EDG. Azeri is going to be interesting since they haven't picked up an ADC just yet. And well, Yuri tried this out during the fight for side. Now Alone is gonna be having his hands on this champion.
Yeah, but I mean, we did kind of predict this happening. Rare Atom going to go for 2 supports and then Morty in the jungle with that Kai'Sa. The funnel strat going to be doing work. So the mechanics of this funnel strat are a little bit different in Wild Rift than it was in the League of Legends PC game. So I wonder if if Irma is going to be following Morty around, or if he's going to be staying in that mid lane and holding it down and then letting Morty come into CS there. I want to see, you know, either side do well, but right now Rare Atom has the more interesting composition.
I mean, Kai'Sa jungle, the wave clear is going to be fast. I love Irma adjusting as well with the Nautilus into the mid lane instead, and Yuri picks up the Jhin, because what this provides is so much leverage for Morty. Everyone's going to be banking on Morty in this particular game. We can even safely anticipate that maybe Irma is going to be giving a couple of waves away towards Morty to accelerate his scaling. Yes, it will come at a cost, reduced gold taken by Morty just because he's a jungler, but it has been tried out. I want to see this in action, if it will work against one of the best teams right now in this tournament, Edward Gaming. Because EDG has opted to go with a more standard approach. They have the Jace into the mid lane, they have a Zeri into the bottom lane, still has really good laners as well. But Rare Atom is going all in here.
Yes, Rare Atom really is going to commit to the 4.2 meta and bring out the funnel Kai'Sa jungle. It does look like Irma is going to be staying in that mid lane and really waiting for Morty to come through and take that CS from him instead of being a little bit more proactive. So Rocky in the top lane going to be going up against 2 people. This is something that's incredibly difficult for that Wukong to deal with. While yeah, it is a little bit of a first.
Oh, it is a definite first. So props to our production team. Look at how fancy that is. Cool transition as well. I want to talk about the Nautilus as well, because this champion has been, you know, has been popular as well, even in the PC version. Started in 2017, 2018 when who was using it? Duenby was actually using this champion in the mid lane. Now even in Wild Rift, we are seeing it for the first time. I mean, it's still popular in the past MSI. We see a lot of Nautilus into the mid lane, but this is a first for Wild Rift, and it is going to be very, very interesting and exciting as well. A lot of information, but 3D1 top.
Yeah, a little bit of a gank there onto Rocky. Had to flash away. Max is there, but will he be able to protect the monkey? He's level 2, and now he's down. EDG get level 3s off of that. What a dive from them, and then they should be able to get a lot of plates there, 2 at the very least, on that top lane. While Irma's fending off the crocodile, he's going to be really taken to the tower. Yeah, a huge wave for Rocky to miss. So Max really trying to, escort him to there, but they're just so zoned out. EDG have complete control of this lane.
They have picked up 3 tower platings, denied 2-3 waves from Rocky. So that is, what, 500, 600 gold denied? Now translating into 4 plates, maybe even a first tower, pre-3 minutes. The fastest tower takedown.
That's actually insane if they manage to get that, and because they're proxying this wave, the minions aren't even making it there. And another Demolish proc should be able to take this down, and it does! One more auto attack, 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 on the first tower. Max and Rocky now in trouble. Irma's there with a death charge, but can he turn this around? Maybe, as it goes for a 1-for-1. Xiaozhang is there. Irma fighting for his life against Su, but he is just a Nautilus. A dive there from Xiaozhang makes it a 3-for-1, and EDG have complete control of this game. The funnel is not working so far. Morty gets caught with the explosive cast, and he has to get out of there. Ultimate to try to get out, but Alone chases him down, and that final auto attack seals his fate. Rocky a little bit too late, a little bit too weak to really help.
I mean, the scaling is going to be favoring Rare Atom so much, but early game is not, because they lack the damage, they lack the priorities as well. Edward Gaming invested so much in that top side tower takedown. Rocky and Max tried to defend, but simply not enough already. Irma as well was there, but what they lack is damage. Alone is free hit all the time. Yeah, they got a 1 pick off, but it's simply not enough. Xiaozhang even restores the area, flashed in with the Dominus, picked up the last kill on the other member of Rare Atom, and then a beautiful engage there by Langley. Morty tried to escape, but it's not enough. Still in range from Alone.
Yeah, no escape in that, unfortunately. So EDG from the
tower takedown.
Dude, it's before 4 minutes. It's already 5-1. I think it was even before like 3 minutes 30 that happened, because we spent a little bit of time watching the replays. And yeah, EDG, they are kind of running away with this at the moment. I wonder what Rare Atom's answer is, because at this point, they did pick a little bit of slower composition because they need that Kai'Sa to scale, they need the Jhin to scale. So if they're not able to really scale up and get their items, this could be a very, very fast win for EDG.
I mean, Alone already has 3-0-2 on the scoreline, so this Zeri is already popped off. Snowball into this game. Phantom Dancer already completed, might pick up the Immortal Shield Bow as well next. Hullbreaker still gonna be picked up here by you, trying to stabilize a single lane pressure with a side lane push. Phantom Dancer completed by Morty, but not enough scaling.
Yeah, there's a curtain call. He is swinging a miss, and he actually hits one, but the second is going to be negated by the Crescent Blade, and actually Rare Atom have to get out of there. There's a hero's entrance as EDG, they swing back and they take 1 kill. And Yu's coming into the skies. They have found an isolated Morty. Xiaozhang going to be going in. What can Morty do here? Not much. He gets spun on. And now EDG, they've taken 2 kills. They have complete control over this Dragon Pit. And they are pushing down the lanes. They don't really want to commit all their members to the Dragon Pit when they know that there's no, there can be no response from the Rare Atom side. So the rest of them are pushing the towers down. Great macro play here from EDG. It's only 5 minutes and 30.
Really great execution. Edward Gaming getting 7, almost 8,000 gold lead in 5.5 minutes. 2 towers as well picked up, and just negating the scaling here of Rare Atom. Because we talked about the double ADC. It does work. It can deal a lot of damage, especially in the late game. But with the performance of EDG right now, even them getting a double objective, the Dragon and the RH, this is just a disaster for Rare Atom. Now they can push a top lane tier 2 tower, maybe even use it in the mid lane if they want to. And everything is just crumbling here on the side of Rare Atom. It's going to take a lot. They don't have wave clear as well. Yeah, you have the Catherine Rain, but the distance or the range is not really high, so you're gonna be risking yourself just to clear out the wave. And this is the jungler Kaiser as well. I mean, it does work in the DPS, yeah, it does work in the farming department, but in terms of this situation right now, it's not.
Yeah, it really isn't working at the moment because EDG picked such an early game composition, and then they committed to that early game mindset. They went pretty much all in for the entire early game, and they knew this is the time where, you know, we can strike. This is the time where Rare Atom are at their weakest, so we don't even let them get to mid game. We don't let them get to late game, and that they are making that game plan work. It is happening for them. As really, Rare Atom seem lost. They looked so, you know, confident and powerful from the last game. Now, all of that has just disappeared. The Rift Herald here, you know, it is worth it to just escort it now and have it get a second charge in. So that's what EDG will want to make happen here. And they are kind of hurting Rare Atom back.
Oh, body slam
actually,
flash!
what a big play! There's body slam flash into the explosive cast, but Yuri is able to flash away. Max, though, was the one who tried to protect him through it. And now Shelly getting a third charge. Can they really do it? EDG just taking the base down as early as 7 minutes in. What is happening? Irma now isolated, and he will just be an easy pickup there for the Jace.
There's the new shield.
The Nexus shield is still there.
I mean, already propped up. That is how explosive Edward Gaming is right now in this particular game. Almost 12,000 goal lead in 8 minutes. Dear God. Edward Gaming is just punching Rare Atom at this point for the double scaling lineup, for the lack of mage into the mid lane for the wave clear. And, well, Irma is building, you know, or having the Galio into the mid lane and doing a really good job with the wave clear, but oh man, it's just so bad right now for Rare Atom.
Yeah,
they don't have angles right now.
True. What angles do they have to get into this game? There's no way that, you know, they are able to really fight back without having to scale up, and their scaling options are quickly and very efficiently being dismantled by EDG. Look how far they are already, and Rare Atom trying to go for something there. Rocky got caught up. Max was there as well with the hero's entrance, not able to save himself, but was able to save Rocky for a little bit. Not enough though to stop you from getting that kill. Now Xingdao 7 going to chase into their jungle, while Yuri gonna get jumped onto the skies. The death charge will not be able to save him at all, and it's one by one the dominoes fall for Rare Atom. Morty, the last man left alive, as EDG barrel into the base. Will we have our first sub 10-minute game here, Guillaume? This would be absolutely insane if EDG pull it off, and they're just gonna go for the Nexus. 9 minutes and 34 seconds. They have won this Wild Rift game.
Oh man. Oh, 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Fastest game right now in the WRLA or in this tournament. We have seen some really fast games before in other tournaments, but in this case, this one is the fastest. Fastest tower takedown as well. 2 minutes and a half. Edward Gaming basically has just cemented the very definition of a stomp against Rare Atom in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they structured their composition as well really lent itself to that fast style of gameplay. I mean, they picked pretty much all early game champions, right? And then they were, except for, I would say, the Zeri, but that really didn't matter because they just kind of raffle stomped all over Rare Atom from the very start. They pushed all the way to the tower and then started zoning out the enemy laner. Unfortunately, Rocky wasn't really able to do much to defend that tower, and you could see here from the damage graphs, nobody even got over 10,000. Alone had the most damage at 8,800. And just the gold difference over time just never went down for EDG. They
never went down.
Full throttle, full send. They knew the weaknesses of a funnel comp, and they exploited those weaknesses very beautifully.
Oh man, it basically just denied the momentum of Rare Atom from game number 1. This game is just an absolute dominance by Edward Gaming, and just saying that Rare Atom isn't just gonna be winning in this series anymore. They had their fun in game number 1, but they're taking the control back in their favor with this composition still working for Edward Gaming. This is basically just an adjusted patch 4.1c lineup. Just the Jace being in the mid lane like usual, and Zeri from the mid lane used in the Dragon lane. And Edward Gaming, they show really good discipline as well. Perfect use of their advantage on their champions, and Rare Atom wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Rare Atom, they picked a composition that had such clear weaknesses that they really weren't able to shore them up, and they really need to think about it a little bit harder if they want to, you know, draft a composition that is that committed to the late game, right? They do need some barriers in the early to mid game to be able to actually bring themselves to the late game, because they just weren't able to hold on. Once the tower was pushed down, once the members of EDG were proxy farming, they couldn't even, you know, Rare Atom couldn't even get close to the tower to save it. So it's a little bit of an execution mistake as well as a composition mistake there for Rare Atom. Maybe they can bounce back, but I can see EDG, you know, the fire has not gone out from them from that first loss in the game number 1, and you know, I am expecting some big things coming up in game number 3 as well.
I mean, this is basically an overestimation on what the ADC composition can actually provide. Again, there are weaknesses. That is like the balance of the game. Yes, you have late game potential, but you have a much bigger weakness in the early game, especially with this lineup. Having Irma with an Nautilus into the mid lane, doesn't really have a lot of wave clear, doesn't have any damage. Yeah, you're building AP on the Nautilus, similar to how we see it in the jungle as well, but it's not really going to be working against Edward Gaming, especially in that game number 2, especially with the momentum that they had from the first tower takedown. I mean, 2.5 minutes, we already have seen almost a 5,000 gold lead. And the loan was there, every bit of it. Is going to be getting the MVP, especially with his amazing performance as an ADC Zeri. And we're just going to be looking forward to more of EDG.
93% kill participation. Alone only missed out on participating in 1 kill. And even though he only got 3 kills himself, he was part of 13 of them. So 10 assists, something to be very, very proud of. And, you know, something that's easy to achieve with Zeri's lightning.
I mean, Rare Atom, they did a really good job in game number 1, but they have to be back on the drawing board this time around. I wonder what composition both of them are going to be using for game 3.
Yeah, and with that being said, guys, game number 3 is going to be coming out. The meta is shaken up considerably here. Who do you think is going to win, EDG or Rare Atom? Find out after the break. I'm G2 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals. while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO3 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are at game number 3 here. Rare Adam versus EDG. I'm G10. He's Giyang. You know the drill. Let's get right into the band picks.
I'm ready! I'm ready for game number 3. Rare Adam, Edward Gaming, battling it out for the last time. Game number 1, we have seen Rare Adam with a dominating performance against Edward Gaming. But game number 2, Edward Gaming says enough. Will take you down even more. And they had a dominating game as well. Now in game number 3, Rare Adam is again on blue side, similar to the previous game number 1. And well, they're the one to actually ditch out the Kai'Sa this time around. They pick up the Gragas, pick up the Yone, and looks like Edward Gaming doesn't have any interest on the Kai'Sa as well.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to go for that champion, which is a little bit, I wouldn't say disheartening to see, but, you know, a little bit, they are going off meta, off script a little bit, just a tiny bit with that, because the rest of the teams, they are very willing to hop on the Kai'Sa train right now. So, although, you know, the Kai'Sa train has not really arrived at this station yet, there is the possibilities for the purple ADC to be banned out, because EDG and Rare Adam did pick, you know, some of their basically non-AD champions. You got the Nautilus and the Gragas for Langwei and Max respectively. Xingdao could take that chase, you could take that chase, but it's definitely going to be the Corki for Irma here, and of course Morty most likely, I wouldn't say definitely, but most likely going to be the one on the Yone as well. So they could start banning out ADs, but it looks like they are focusing more on you know, the mid and top lanes respectively here for Adam and EDG.
It's like they're leaving the ADCs for last. Corki can still go into the mid lane, right, for Irma, or Yuri can be the one to use it. So there is the flex capability of this champion still. The Xin Zhao gonna be denied from Edward Gaming. We have seen that in game number 2, in which Xingdao 7 just did a magnificent job, even camping topside, allowing Edward Game to get that tower takedown by minute 2.5. And Edward Gaming finally set their eyes on the Kai'Sa. Though, well, we have seen the Kai'Sa already. I want to see a different champion, like the Zaya, Rakan, possibly even the Samira, but I think that is reserved for a different series or a different day, as we're at. I'm also going to be picking up the Zeri.
Yeah, and Zeri into Thresh. Rare Adam sticking with what won the... maybe not a Thresh. Maybe not a Thresh. Might be a Braum here. I think that actually is a pretty good pick for, a funnel composition maybe here. While Lulu gonna be picked up by Language. Okay, so lots of possible funneling going on. We can definitely see 2 support champions in each team. Though Rocky will be taking that Gragas to the top lane, and Xingdao is going to be bringing the Nautilus into the jungle. So it's not unheard of to have these champions in these positions. It's just a little bit strange, but I think they are adapting to the meta here in patch 4.2.
I mean, Nautilus jungle has been used a lot already in the previous weeks, in the initial parts of the regular season. AP build, big burst, and I think it's going to be very important to take the Zeri down fast. But the Kai'Sa Lulu is again a first year, at least in the series. And that's just amazing to see. Kai'Sa with an enchanter support, ADCs with utility supports. That is the path right now on this meta. And Edward Gaming is the first to try it out.
Edward Gaming bringing it to game number 3 after a record-breaking 9-minute 34-second game that just happened in game number 2. Now, this isn't as early game focused of a team, but they definitely can still snowball incredibly hard if they go for, some cool strats here. So, EDG going to be bringing their duo lane up top, facing the Gragas, while, the Renekton facing up against the Rare Adam's duo lane a little bit safer, I would say, than the Gragas up top.
Edward Gaming going for top side pressure towards Rocky is going to be very important. Provide the protection for Alone and generally just allow EDG to have a safe position into the top lane. Because now we see a response by Rare Atom. They are switching as well, having, the Kai'Sa and Thresh go there, but EDG says, no, we'll go on a switcheroo, looks like, as they are pathing bot side this time around, sending Xiao Jiang into the top lane just because of that adjustment. Big brain play, I would say. Also funny interaction.
Yeah, just a little trade-off of how do you do's coming in from both EDG and Rare Adam, but Rare Adam should be able to take that tower plate. And wow, yep, we did just talk about this. 9 minutes 34 seconds, the fastest game we've seen here in the WRLA, breaking the record of 11 minutes and 13 in Team Flash versus Trace Esports. But I mean, if you guys saw that game, that was an insanely dominant game from EDG, and they may be setting it up to, be another one right here. Xingdao 7 as Nautilus. It is a little bit, kind of suspect to have him roam up top right now, but going to contest the Scuttle Crab here. He is the one who's going to get it still, even though Morty had a chance to auto attack right there. There's a depth charge onto Irma, and that will dissuade him from getting in on this, while the rest of Rare Adam, they do funnel down into there. Dodge, you dodged the Zeri right there. Gets out of that danger zone. Now EDG, they were pushed back, but they should be good to go for the next one.
are doing a really good job here inside of EDG. Xiao Jiang holding his own into the top lane while Alone in Langui is pressuring bot side, and Rocky is actually having a bit of a hard time. The playthings are starting to crumble here on Rare Atom's side. Chengdao 7 visiting here is going to be huge as well. Do they dive?
Oh,
they do.
They do dive, and Rocky already trying to use that explosive cast onto Langui. Will this actually kill him? Yes, the Ignite will take him down, but with nobody defending that tower, EDG have a lot of free time there. They should be able to get another plate there, but the minions will, and the tower will push them out. One last plate here for Alone before he goes back, and that will put EDG on the forefront.
Morty got spotted out by a ward placed there onto the Tri-Brush. Edward Gaming getting massive gold lead now, especially injected towards Alone. It's going to be significant here because, again, Phantom Dancer is relatively cheap for the meantime. Already picked up early for Alone, so Icathian Rain going to be upgraded already. And that's a massive wave clear, I would say, just with one item. One of the adjustments on the Kai'Sa that is just so beneficial on her kit, simply because you don't really need to buy double BF swords anymore. But you're able to maximize your DPS as well because you have attack speed on the Phantom Dancer. Also, really good movement speed just because of the passive of that particular item. Rocky gonna be prevented to go onto Rico. I think he has to stay in the lane as well because if he goes back into the base, then this tower is just gonna crumble.
Yeah, and that was a little bit annoying from EDG. They're forcing him to stay instead of completing that recall, but the duo lane will be called there to match EDG's duo lane and all the pressure that they are putting onto Rocky. It looks like the Gragas has had enough, but it still is EDG who are, you know, building up the lead through their macro decisions, through the lanes that they choose to put their duo lane in. And, well, this is a little bit difficult now for Rare Atom to, you know, contest that, as they are just a tiny bit behind. Look at all that burst that Irma took from you.
Yeah, Edward Gaming, even you is having a really good time against Irma in the laning phase. Not much pressure being handed over there by the Corki. Top side, Xiao Jiang is holding really well, even a while ago against Yuri and Max. So the tower platings isn't really that much affected on their Baron lane. Looking at the gold, he is you know, more farmed compared to Rocky. 4 members having better economy on the side of Edward Gaming means that early game is now sufficient for them. Having a really good confidence to actually contest this Dragon takedown by Rare Atom, but looks like they are just going to be happily trading it with the Rift Herald wanting to accelerate this game faster since they have picked up some damage towards the mid lane tier 1. They can actually use it there.
Yep, and look at this Shingdown now going to go for
it's just one charge
onto Rocky. It's just one charge. There's the death charge, and immediately Dominus out. There's the explosive cast trying to prevent this from happening. But yes, the package will be there. Will it prevent Shingdown? Yeah, no, it won't actually prevent him from dying. As Yu and Xiao Jiang now in the chase. They don't have flashes, I don't think. But Xiao Jiang's going to tank the tower until Yu almost got the kill there onto Irma. But that will secure the second Rift Herald charge. 539 left on that tower after that charge. Irma almost biting the bullet, biting the dust there, but gets away with a sliver of health. And EDG know exactly when and where to push and pull.
Big value of the RH, of course, but let's look at the bottom lane fight, because we also saw a gank by Morty, and it was really well executed as well. Alone had no retaliation. They even got the kill onto Langui. So in terms of economy, it is actually on a better value by Rare Atom, because not only did they get 3 kills, especially with the kill of Irma onto the top side, so that is a 3-for-1 exchange. Yeah, they lost a tower, but they also got the 1 in the bottom lane, but they have secured a mounting dragon. So in the scaling side, this is better for Rare Atom.
Yeah, it is better for them if they can actually scale, if EDG allows them to. But I mean, so far Rare Atom, they have more kills, but the map control is definitely more EDG sided, as they are looking for another kill here onto Max, maybe, or onto Yuri. There's a death charge. Maybe they're just trying to get this wave clear, trying to intimidate them away from this tower so they can get a clear take. But there's the dredge line onto the glacial fissure as well. And no kills yet. Max is pretty low. Yuri's there still auto-attacking. The free hits are coming through. With a snipe accelerated shock blast. The Braum is out of the picture. And EDG claim another life. Maybe they can claim a tower here as they force Yuri and Irma to back away. You just bringing his accelerated shock blast down into that lane. And yeah, he should be able to take that tower easy peasy, 11th squeezy. Yes, again, the macro decisions by EDG are absolutely beautiful.
Really good engage. We also saw you with an accelerated shock blast to take Max down, and just overall maintaining the pressure against Rare Atom. That is the goal here of EDG. Try to manipulate the map, try to prevent Rare Atom from getting their farms. Now Rare Atom is grouping up, trying to set up something here for their side as well, because they're down 2,600. Yeah, they got a dragon, but they're losing a lot of towers. Both outer turrets tier 1s were already taken out, and only mid lane survives, but is also in a very bad HP threshold. With EDG's composition, they can actually easily take us down. Shingdao 7 always uses the depth charge.
Yep, immediately. And that is how they engage him. Then into the dredge line, but he had to flash out of there because he was taking quite a bit of damage and had the tower focused on him. And Rare Atom, they are able to rebuff that attack from EDG, though with the dragon spawning in just a little bit. Whoever is able to actually get a positive fight out of this may be in a better spot for that objective. But there's the explosive cast onto 3, and Rocky immediately dives in. The protection from Xingdao cannot be understated there as EDG rebuff that attack as well. Xiao Zhang going to be split pushing and taking down the tower there in the top lane. Very, very good response and faith in his team that they would be able to defend that tower while he was busy split pushing.
And they got value out of it as well. Now they are in better position to actually contest a dragon takedown. No RH means only one objective to be fought here by both teams. And EDG, yeah, they lost the Mountain Dragon a while ago, but they can actually contest the second one this time around. They have cleared out top lane, though we do see you there as well, maybe threatening for a split push since it is a Jace. So if that is going to be effective, then Rare Atom is going to be forced to actually respond there towards the top side. They're sending out Irma to just clear out the wave. Means that 4 people will only be going down into this bottom side river. I believe teleport is available for the Renekton, or maybe not, but he went towards the base. And EDG is just stalling for time. With their composition, it's going to be very difficult as well, because Shingdao 7 always lands those hooks, always lands the depth charges as well on the crucial members of Rare Atom.
Oh, that was explosive cast zone that failed to isolate, but that's completely fine because EDG, they do re-engage. The dredge line is not going to connect. The glacial fish is not going to connect. The Fate's Sealed almost connected. Morty a little bit hungry for that engage, but he is a little bit low, so he has to respect Shingdao 7, who gets a great dredge line onto Rocky, almost takes him down immediately as EDG there. Xiao Zhang looking for a big flank here, but he is seen. They know exactly where he is. They go onto him, but he's able to get into stasis. Will the rest of EDG be able to save him? He goes Dominus, and he is able to dash and slash and dash, slice and dice into the dragon pit, save himself. No blood has been spilled as of yet, but this Drake will be going the side of EDG.
Really good macro, really good micro again by EDG. Good position as well. Even though Xiao Zhang almost got taken out, he was still able to back away. Depth charge reused. I think they are just going to be backing away Rare Atom. As long as they can hold the tier 1 tower and save it from being taken down, they should be able to stall the momentum of Edward Gaming, because now they're down 4,000. They lost a dragon as well, but their composition strives in the late game. Again, this is a Yone, this is a Corki, this is a Zeri. 3 scaling champions invested in this game. EDG only has 1.
Yeah, and man, you can really see the difference here from between the compositions of EDG and Rare Atom. Yeah, they do have more scaling options on Rare Atom, but the play style that is being displayed right now by EDG is just so aggressive that they may not be able to scale at all coming into the rest of the game, because this mid game already EDG 5,000 gold up, and they are looking to bushwhack a little bit, have that death rush set up, but the Fate Seal not gonna be feeling anybody, and that is almost a kill onto the jungler of Rare Atom as Morty is able to get out of there alone now on the backside. He's going to be taking out a good kill by the Gragas, but Rocky will pay for it with his life. But first, the Braum goes down, and now everybody, okay, Yuri free hitting though he is. Yeah, going to be taking down 2 members, Xiao Zhang and Lang Gui, 2 versus 2 now, 3 for 3 so far, and EDG maintain that gold lead, but Xiao Zhang, he's running for it, he's got the ignite, he's got the stun duck Q, the crocodile will run you down. They are surprisingly agile on land.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's very fast. Very, very fast indeed. Xiao Zhang also...
Morty as well has to be so careful. He's gonna get stunned up maybe. Or can he get this 1 versus 1? The Q almost landing. But no, he barely manages to get out alive. Xiao Zhang, now he will finish off that kill with a beautiful slice and dice.
I mean, Rare Atom had some really good parts into that fight, but at the end of it, Xiao Zhang was able to pop off, getting the kill onto Yuri and getting even a kill onto Morty as he invades the red camp there of the Yone. And now, they are positioning for a possible Baron takedown. Again, this composition can actually strive. Cask?
Oh, that was a good attempt, and actually an incredible attempt onto Langui. It did seal his fate. They don't know that this Baron is being taken right now, and Rare Atom have no real plans to go stop it because they have no idea. So this is going to be a great sneak coming in from Xingdao 7 and alone. And they're getting chased away now by Rare Atom. That depth charge made it this way. Then they could go under tower as Irma and Rocky are there. And will Rocky be able to get it? No, he won't, as it is going to be a 1-for-1 so far. But under tower alone will be able to get absolutely nothing, as Yu's the one who gets that kill. But he did get a revenge for his 2 teammates that died, while Xiao Zhang 7 already pushing into the base. He has bound up minions. Although the Nexus shield will be preventing him from going for more. Already the inhib tower is gone. So EDG just lengthen that lead, snowballing as much as they can. 8,000 gold now in the lead.
Atom had a really good initiation into that fight, taking Langui down, but they lacked vision into the topside river that allowed EDG to get the Baron. They went into the top lane. Rare Atom chased them down. They got a couple of kills, but EDG still got the better end of that fight simply because they got the tower into the bot lane. You had a really good response as well. And let's check out that replay, the 1v1 in the bottom lane, because Morty tried to defend. Baron powered minions plus additional stats and the big lead now that Xiao Zhang has just cemented the confidence that he had in that 1v1 as well, flashing in, getting the combo down, and just takes Morty down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Morty was not prepared for the burst damage that the Croc could dish out, especially with Hull Breaker too. So, with all that happening, all good for EDG. They have retaken the kill lead. The gold lead has always been in their favor pretty much. The snowball has started. The dragon is spawned up. And, well, Rare Atom, they want to be the... they want to have the onus here in this fight. They want to be the ones to start this. But no, it's Xingdao 7 who lands the first dredge line. Rare Atom now forced back. They are a little bit low. So another dredge line. Will he follow up with a depth charge? And Rocky will get depth charge. Yeah, they can chase him down any day. That is an incredibly easy kill. Xiao Zhang already on the Nexus. Morty will... What can he do to stop it? Fate sealed. Not going to be sealing anything. Xiao Zhang going to be slicing, dicing away, while the rest of EDG, they will finish this off. The last auto attack, and Xiao Zhang gets it. There it is. EDG push into the Nexus, force down the base, and end this 2-1.
Fantastic macro, fantastic positioning by Edward Gaming, showing how it's done. Rare Atom had their strengths, they had their moments, but it's quickly dismissed by Edward Gaming simply because of their prowess and their movements across the map as well. Xiao Zhang bashed up 2 inhibitor towers, 1 in the bot lane, 1 in the top lane. Nobody can stop him. He's unbeatable, unkillable as well, and just cemented this victory for Edward Gaming. The rest are following as well. We saw Alone just popping off with this Kaisa. Yeah, there were a lot of threats. Yeah, there were a lot of people chasing him down, but still, he was able to land the damage, allow the other members to execute their damage as well. Xingdao 7 was just perfect on this Nautilus 2. not allowing anyone to actually escape. And despite the efforts of Rare Atom, despite the early momentum that they had in game number 1, it's simply going to be swept away by EDG.
Yeah, and wow, what an insane match there for EDG. I mean, they got the record for fastest game in game number 2, and then they absolutely went beast mode here in game number 3. Yeah, there were some really good moments there for Rare Atom, and they were able to get some really key kills early on, but because EDG was just so clean with how they responded, and they really, took playing for each other to a different level. Xiao Zhang, just if he does not get the MVP, I don't know what's gonna happen, man, because Xiao Zhang just absolutely just bared his fangs, went for the death roll. That crocodile in the Nile puts our Rare Atom in denial, denies them another win in this series. And I mean, EDG just pushing themselves up a little bit more up the ranking, up the ladder there. So well done there for EDG, and I think that does put them at the same amount of wins as Weibo Gaming and JD Gaming at 10 wins each.
I mean, EDG is already assured of their spot. I think the only thing that is in their mind right now is the placements for the playoffs, right? Because we have upper bracket, we have lower bracket as well, and they just want to sit at the very top so that they can have more chances in the playoffs. But for Rare Atom, well, they had an interesting game number 1. Game number 3 is very difficult to execute, honestly, because again, they have triple scaling. Yeah, you deal a lot of damage into the late game, but same problem as game number 2. Your early game isn't really that strong, and even though we saw them getting a couple of picks, the time isn't right just yet, and EDG was really getting a lot of momentum. Xiao Zhang definitely had the better aggression into this particular game, and EDG in general just knows how to balance early game aggression and scaling, and that is just how you do it. EDG just performing really well game number 2 and game number 3. It's not as dominating as game number 2, not as fast as well, but it's basically the same platform. It's basically the same blueprint that they tried. Focusing on early game tempo and then making sure that they maintain the gold and have the funneling as well on the key members.
Exactly, and I think with Rare Atom, really committing to a scaling competition that just put their focus out of whack for that game, and it made them focus on something that really was not great for them. And yes, Xiao Zhang will be the MVP, 5-0-1, even though he only participated in half the kills. He was incredibly instrumental in, getting the macro done there for EDG, pushing down towers, and he was the one who actually took both inhib turrets down. And he was the one who started knocking on the Nexus. He's the one who got the last hit in the last auto attack onto the Nexus to seal the game. Without Xiao Zhang, this might have gone on, another maybe 2 to 5 minutes there, but because that aggressive croc was on the Rift, EDG took this 2-1.
Incredible performance by Edward Gaming. Congratulations to them. They have cemented yet another win for themselves. Their score now is 10-1. Meanwhile, Rare Atom is going to be having their 12th loss. So I guess they still have one more game tomorrow or in this week. But our next series is going to be Cerberus Esports and Invade.
Yeah, and we'll see you after the break, ladies and gents, for the APAC match, Cerberus Esports versus Invade Esports. Who is going to win? Let us know in the comments down below. I'm G10 Kabadashi, he is Young, and we'll be right back for match number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO3 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to match number 2 here at the WRLA 2023 Week 10, Day number 1. I'm G. Thank you for that. With me is Gayang. And let's head on over to the APAC Conference for Service Esports versus Invade Esports.
Both of them are a bit in a slump, but Cerberus Esports is a team that actually has a chance to be in the playoffs right now. They are sitting at the 5th spot, I believe, just before the series. No Meliodas still, so that is sad, but we have Y1 just definitely performing really well on the jungle role. But we have to again look at our ADCs, because Genza has been notorious for his really good performance on the APCs, but he is also just so good on the ADCs. And Cerberus Esports, they have a chance, but the chances are very slim as well. I'm talking about 2-0 being required to be won here against Invade Esports and 2-0 against Team Flash this Saturday. On the other hand, Invade Esports is on a 10-game lose streak and are basically eliminated from the playoffs already.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's just how it shakes out here for Invade Esports, man. They have underperformed. They were not able to conquer some of those, those Chinese conference gods that they went up against. And yeah, 10-game lose streak. It is so unfortunate for Bangkok's Invade Esports, but Cerberus, they still have the chance. They can still make it. Yes, they only have 2 match wins under the belt, but they have more game wins. They've been able to take this to game number 3 quite a bit. I think more than anybody else in the APAC region. That also is to their detriment because, yeah, they can take it to game number 3, but it is very difficult for them to actually close out the match. So maybe if they get a 2-0 here versus Bangkok's Invade Esports, they may still have a chance, though very, very slim. But what's for certain is if they lose this, they're out. It's also mathematically now impossible for them to make it into the playoffs if Cerberus Esports lose this match.
So the goal here of Invade Esports right now isn't really to qualify for the playoffs, but to interrupt Cerberus Esports in their attempt to reach the playoffs. Because it requires Cerberus Esports to win every single game and not losing any game. And we have to talk about, again, the ADCs, because now it's patch 4.2. Genza, very much notorious on his performance, very aggressive and relatively high team synergy, is always going to be a big factor. But Raven, on the other hand, I only have one question for him right now, and that's regarding his confidence, because a lot of times we have seen him being a little bit on the back end, being focused a lot, pressured to stay safe and not really performing as he wants to be. So now standing against Genza, he has a big responsibility to match his energy, especially in this new patch. I think this may be the perfect time for Raven to prove himself, especially with its ADC prowess.
Yeah, and I mean, if the ADC prowess is the thing that we're going to be basing these matches on, then yeah, it could be Invade Esports' match. It could be their game, but I mean, it is just a little bit difficult for Raven to go up against Genza, I think, because Genza has just had a more shining record so far. Akeno as well versus Rich. It is, I think, most definitely going to be Akeno that has the advantage here. Just looking at the stats.
接下来呢，将由西贡 CES 战队对阵曼谷 INV 战队。对于处在晋级线边缘的西贡 CES 战队而言呢，仅剩的2场比赛都是不容有失的。他们能否创造奇迹？而曼谷 INV 战队呢，凭借在本赛季的出色发挥与超高颜值，为无数召唤师们留下了深刻印象。他们又能否在今天带来别样的惊喜呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Saigon Cerberus Esports versus Bangkok INV Esports. The Cerberus is on the edge of the qualifications, so they couldn't drop a single game. Can they perform the miracles? And the INV impressed us a lot with their outstanding performance and the high attractiveness. So what kind of surprise is gonna take for us? Let's stay tuned. 那么接下来呢，我们的双方战队已经准备就绪了，让我们一起进入到召唤师峡谷之中吧。Now all the players are getting ready. Let's step into the wild.
Nếu mà có các bạn bị hư hả? Sao trận đấu chưa bắt đầu các bạn bắt đầu đổ mồ hôi rồi?
There is the excitement before the game, You guys turn on the air conditioner to cool and feed up your fighting spirit.
A battle of hot versus cold here.
I love it.
I do love it, and unfortunately, Meliodas is not going to be there. Yeah, it is going to be Y1 who takes the spot in the jungle, but man, the battle of hot versus cold, fire versus ice, just two opposing forces. Yes, the battle of the AC. Is it too cold? Is it too hot? Are you sweating? Or are you freezing? Because right now, Cerberus Esports, I mean, they are embodied by Cerberus, the bodyguard to the gates of hell, the three-headed hellhound. So, I mean, they have to turn on that AC pretty high because it is sweltering with the heat from the dogs. But with Invade Esports, man, I hope that they can, you know, find the perfect temp here, because they have to come in hot. They have to come out swinging, or else, you know, they are just going to get eaten alive here by the big dog Cerberus. So we will have Taku and Raven facing it off in the fight for side here. Of course, it is the range week, ladies and gents. No melee champions available here, as 4.2 will be heralded in by the ADC meta.
This is the start for Raven. If he wants to really prove himself, the fight for side is the start to also get his momentum going, get his blood boiling into this game against Cerberus Esports. Because again, Cerberus Esports is just wanting to secure their wins, possible 2-0 against Invade Esports, in their attempt to clutch in towards the playoffs. But Raven has a chance to prove himself. Facing against Taku this time around, Jin gonna be picked up. Looks like double Jin. First time we are gonna be seeing a Jin versus Jin matchup, because I believe we have seen a Jin versus Vayne or some other ADCs, but never a Jin.
Yeah. That's a very different skill matchup here. It's going to be all about tracking that fourth shot and either baiting it out or forcing a hard commit with the fourth shot. I mean, bouncing grenade is going to be great to clear out the waves, but I don't think that we'll be seeing any big fights until about level 5, maybe level 6. And of course, I'm excited to see them both, you know, get to about maybe a half health, a third health, back off, and then curtain call each other. They only have one place to shoot. Whoever gets the shots off first will win. So, you know, that's maybe something that we can see in the future. Hopefully it comes true. It'll be absolutely hilarious to see.
Oh yeah, that's going to be hilarious for sure. I mean, both players using the curtain call and then just trying to outplay each other, I guess, a bit there. Whoever lands the first damage, whoever chunks down the other into half should, you know, win the fight for side. But a lot of things has to be considered here as well. Do they go for the collector? Do they go for crit damage like the IE? Do they go with Immortal Shield Bow for the extra shield? Everything has to be calculated here in this fight for side here for Taku and Raven. And also, you know, wave clear, placements on the Deadly Flourish, and also just the overall poke is going to be very important here, especially for Raven, since he wants to give, you know, Invade Esports a chance to contest Cerberus Esports. Let's check out their runes, because no flash on Raven, but he does have Ignite.
Yeah, and Ignite, yes, but Flash, no. Taku wanting to go for that less aggressive, more versatility focused summoner spell. He can flash out of range, and this does give him a lot of leeway in that curtain call versus curtain call situation, because he can immediately get out of curtain call and then flash to get ahead of Raven's bullet. So that's something that may happen, but with both of them running barrier, I don't think that they're going to be immediately looking for kill shots. Now, again, fourth shot economy is going to be pretty big here. Both of them running fleet footwork, you know, as you do on a Jin. So the bouncing grenade setups and the deadly flourishes, I think, are going to be the point of skill that we're going to be looking at here.
Ignite means he wants kill pressure early into the game, right? Raven does have it. Barrier has procced. Ooh.
Yeah, with no barrier there for Raven. He did take Taku down a little bit more. No flash available, though. That's flash from Taku. The bouncing grenade just barely not getting the kill. Both of these guys have no summoners remaining. The deadly flourish hits onto Taku. Oh no, this is such a tense fight, but Raven's the one who's in charge at the moment. He gets deadly flourished out of his recall. I think he's still looking at the shop. He just kind of realized now. Back timing is pretty much at the same time. Taku and Raven. I think Raven could have deadly flourished there to delay Taku if he had a little bit of more knowledge, but item diff. Yeah, Raven will just be coming out the gate with a little bit more combat efficiency. The agility cloak over the brawler's glove picked up by Taku.
It looks like better position for Raven overall. He did have better economy as well. With the wave clear, Taco was forced a little bit back just because of the pressure here by Raven, because of the damage exchange that was beneficial towards Raven. Taku is disengaging for a bit, has to be very careful, especially with the bouncing grenades. That's one of the kit of the Jin that actually allows some outplay potential. Just like that, Taku takes too much.
Yep. Quite a lot, and then the 4th shot available there, going to burn him down as Raven takes control of this lane. Look at that, 2 bars of health. Just a sliver there for Taku. Taku has to run away. He has to rethink his strategy here because Raven is still healing off of that wave. Now, will he go for just the aggression here versus Taku? Yeah, he even denies him. He just goes for the 4th shot there, gets the execute, and denies him the heal from the healing font, and then starts working on this tower. Raven most definitely in the driver's seat here with the first kill of the game. Either another kill or the tower takedown to allow Invade Esports to get the side priority.
I mean, even Taku laughed a little bit there because of his mistake. He knew that he would be dead. Raven now has a collector, even gets a serrated Dirk and the longsword even. Massive win now for him. I mean, we're talking about sure win here for Raven, unless he screws up, just because of the item that he does have right now. Ignite also available. Taku does have the flash. Barrier gonna be available for both, but look at the damage from Raven. Can actually use the curtain call right now if ever he wants to. Just one more auto attack, he can use it.
Yeah, but he may want to push this lane out a little bit more. Make Taku come to him. Yeah, the healing font's gonna heal them both up here, but look at that damage already, and then the collector comes in. Raven gets the first kill. What a burst of damage. Didn't even need that 4th shot at all. And it's gonna be Invade Esports with side selection priority.
Good job by Raven. I just want to say that. Good job by Raven. That is the momentum that Invade Esports need, and that is the win that Raven needs as well to set the tempo. Looking at their win rate on blue side and red side is pretty much negligible. I think blue side though is the best way to go. At least have that first pick priority. Deny some champions from Cerberus Esports as well. Especially that BMM can basically use any champion in the mid lane. He is very comfortable as well. I think Cerberus Esports would want to get their hands onto something like a Kaisa for Genza. So having first pick priority, Invade Esports can just take it.
Yeah, and I mean, Invade Esports, they do need, you know, a little bit of an advantage here when it comes to the picks and bans. And yes, the resurgence of ADCs will mean that, you know, whichever side they choose, they will most probably prioritize something like the Kai'Sa, something like the Jhin as well, if they want to go that route. But it really does remain to be seen. We are still kind of building the pro meta here, but Invade Esports, for the first game at least, will be going on to the red side.
So yeah, red side means they are willing to give up the Kaisa away, maybe pick up the Jhin, since Raven did have a fantastic job in the fight for side, and then pick up something like a Gragas or a Wukong, which is very influential in team fights. I think crowd control is still going to be the key here for team fights. We have seen it being demonstrated by EDG in games 2 and 3. Renekton as well can serve a really good purpose in this particular game if ever one team decides to have some sort of sustain or protection with the shield. And just overall, winning a single lane can determine the pace of the game. And I think Invade Esports has took notes of Edward Gaming in both the games that they've won against Rare Atom. And it's a good idea. I think with now the shift onto patch 4.2, no more prioritizations on the Aatrox, no more prioritizations on the Varus, so it is usually still banned away. I think both teams can just have a handshake on the situation right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement, basically, that handshake. As well, this is going to be a little bit of a... It's not really like a match that has no bearing here for Invade, because they can still affect the standings by not letting Cerberus Esports go, by not giving them an easy time. It's just that in this situation, you know, like when everything is on the line for Cerberus Esports, and really, Invade Esports want to play that that barrier, to play that gatekeeper, to keep them away from the playoffs. What is the most effective tactic here? What can Invade do, and what is their plan? Do they want to test out, strategies and champion compositions, and really kind of limit test instead of trying to see what's tried and tested, see what can be exploited against Cerberus Esports here? But Cerberus, they do need to pull out all the stops. Kaisa being banned out.
Yeah, that's gonna be banned away. Virus is still available if ever Cerberus Esports does want to pick up that champion, because again, not only it is really strong as a poke champion and with the chain of corruption, but also can be fully utilized as an ADC. Cerberus Esports can just pick it up for themselves unless they want to have a different route. Maybe pick up something like a Jin, possibly a prioritization on the Wukong as well for the crowd control. It will depend on them, because Kaisa has been taken away. Crowd control is very important. We have seen a prioritization on the Gragas before the patch. Still, it is going to be prioritized in this patch 4.2.
Yeah, and okay, the priority there still very much onto the Gragas. Akeno wants to get that champion going, but Raven, I mean, he won with the Jin in the fight for side. He may win with it in this game, but Karma being picked up here. Usually we do see Karma in the Dragon Laner role, but it is very possible with the Jin being picked up that Raven might pick up the Jin and either bluff X, go on the Karma, or even Rich if they want to go for that kind of sport. But interestingly enough, it may not actually be a Kano on that Gragas. It may be a Kano on the Yuumi instead. They really want to focus on, ADs being really protected and buffed up here for Cerberus Esports.
Yuumi has so much synergy with hyperscaling champions. We can see a good potential with something like a Zaya, even a Vayne, but Cerberus Esports deciding on the Tristana instead is really good. Karma as well has been meta ever since the patch 4.2, simply because of the amount of shielding that you can provide, amount of boost that you can provide for the rest of the team. Ardent Sensor is now meta item as well, and what better way to do it to execute it with a Karma? Maximize the shield that you can actually provide towards the team and just buff them up. Wukong gonna be picked up here for Invade Esports, means they have now the crowd control to work around in team fights, similar to how Taco is gonna be utilizing this Gragas. The Gragas is very tanky, but Wukong can actually win the 1v1 in a sense, has a relatively good sustain as well in the laning phase just because of the golden staff, and should provide a lot of room and space for Cerberus Esports for team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a very, easy lane for the Gragas, regardless of whether or not it's the Wukong. In order for Gragas to really get, pushed in and taken advantage of, you either put the dual lane up there, or you put something that's really strong in the early game that can go up against Gragas, something like maybe a Renekton, maybe a Riven, something like that, that can deny a lot of the Gragas's, ranged poke abilities. And, well, he only really has that one ranged poke ability, but, the damage that he can do with the Drunken Rage and his Body Slam. So, Invade, though, going to be banning out junglers, really trying to pinch Y1's, jungle pool here, while Cerberus Esports, they're taking away those good mid lane ADs here to prevent Invade Esports from trying to go for a double AD composition.
The Olaf pick is something that I've talked about with some coaches, some analysts as well, just because of the changes that happened towards the Olaf, but it's simply not really a priority just yet. It can serve good purpose at times, but what champion that can serve really good purpose is the Swain. Can be used in the mid lane. We saw even the likes of our Nova Esports and KBG just using this champion in their ranked games. We even saw Andra9 with his post on what build pass should be used on this particular champion, as posted in the Wild Rift Facebook page. And this champion just provides so much sustain so much damage as well, and DPS, it's hard to take down this champion. What good response that Cerberus Esports has made though is the Ahri. Accelerate their pick potential, have really good space to work around in team fights. The charm can be fully utilized by BMM, and also with the Vi pick right now, the pick potential is just accelerated exponentially even more for Cerberus Esports side. So now they can set tempo into early game because we know INV Esports is banking for late game.
Yeah, and oh, they are banking for late game quite a bit. Look at that. The Scion also going to be coming out. There's infinite scaling there, and he's just a huge brick that can help INV Esports really survive and get great engages, honestly, with his big train maneuver. But looking at Cerberus Esports, a little bit, you know, kind of late game mid to late game focused with the Tristana, but the Ahri, not Akali. I saw the Akali in the ban list and I was like, oh yeah, mid lane or Akali. No, it's Ahri this time. Mage in the mid lane, ADs in the bot lane with Enchanter supports. This is almost like, you know, standard League of Legends that we are seeing right now in the 4.2 meta. That's incredibly exciting. I want to, you know, see how this matchup, the Ahri versus Swain, goes, but I do think it is more Swain-sided. So INV Esports, they do need to utilize that champion to its maximum potential.
It would depend on the burst, and this meta is very similar to Season 0, Season 1 of Wild Rift, or talking about 2020, 2021, and 2022 as well on the tournaments. And INV Esports really banking on the scaling. We can see that they can actually outlast Cerberus Esports on extended team fights if the burst damage of Cerberus Esports isn't funneled enough. Because they do have the Ahri, they do have the Vi, they do have the Tristana. They can easily burst down a single target. Possibly Raven, possibly BluffX is going to be amazing. But if they miss their combos, it's going to be detrimental. But that is talking about late game. Early game, they can easily work around the map. They have the Yuumi as well to provide utility, provide movement speed. With the final chapter, they can just easily take down one person and snare a lot of people as well. And with the Ahri Vi, it's going to be very easy for them in the initial plays or initial confrontations, because INV Esports, yeah, they have the damage, but it's going to happen mid to late game.
Yeah, they do need to wait that little bit longer to go fully online, but so does Cerberus Esports in a little bit of a way, because, you know, Tristana, the longer the game goes on, the harder she scales and the longer her attack range gets. And again, Akeno, I 100% believe that they can just stay in this lane, farm it up against Raven and Rich, at least for, you know, a long time. But this is actually the first Tristana that we're going to be seeing, the WRL Asia. I actually did not notice that. The first ever Trist, because yes, finally we are back into the AD meta, ladies and gents. So expect some of those older, you know, you consider old meta champs to come back with a vengeance. And yeah, we do see it. Swain and Ahri in the mid lane, Tristana, Jinx up there in the top lane.
The main benefit of the Ahri is when you can fully utilize the charm into your Deception Orb, right? You can just win the short trades, immediately back away. As long as you don't get hit by the claws of the Swain, you should be fine. And that's the struggle of BluffX, lack of range. Yeah, you do have your AoE damage, but it's more of a vision control, more of a poke and a wave clear. You lack range, you lack the burst as well. You have to rely on your teammates for the meantime in the early game. Maybe if you can land a claw, you can help out in terms of the crowd control, but in terms of the laning phase, all you can do is just safely farm. Maybe a Rod of Ages is going to be helping him out later on for the HP and also the mana, especially for his ulti, but right now BMM is having more of the windows of opportunity in the laning phase. If Y1 ganks here, they should be able to at least get one kill.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the pipeline for them to get into this, but it's looking like the junglers are a little bit more hesitant there. Okay. Taku saving his life with the explosive cast, because Cat type should be reaching level 5 right now. Will be accessing that unstoppable force very soon. I don't think he's going to go for it right in the lane though. Now you can see the insane focus that both of these teams are putting towards that top lane, because yeah, that you do need that lane to get a little bit stronger. Now cat type though maybe dying to Taku here if Taku goes for it, but no, the shield saves his life and then he yells at that Gragas. Cat type going to be completely fine.
Near kill by Taku. But again, it is a Scion. It's so hard to deal with a Scion. Even if you get a kill, he has a chance to actually take you down with him. That's what makes Scion really interesting. Also, the infinite scaling, right, with the HP. So as long as he gets his CS done, he should be able to become tankier and tankier and come late game. And Cerberus Esports, they don't really have that consistent DPS. Yeah, they have the Testara, yeah, they have the vibe, but they don't really will be going towards the Scion, right? They need to bash down Raven as fast as possible because he has the burst damage, but it's so difficult to do that with the amount of crowd control that Invading Esports actually has for objective control. Good charm, good pull.
Great charm onto Merly. Y1 goes for cease and desist onto the monkey, but he cyclones out. Bluff X goes for the ult as well and keeps Merly safe, though just under 1 bar for the Wukong. There's a curtain call in the top lane. Genza and Akeno now separates. The 4th shot will hit, but Akeno will be able to come back in. No, it's actually Genza who pays for it with his life. But there's at least a trade. But the second kill, though. Oh, the Lotus Trap got him.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate for Cerberus Esports. They thought they would be safe, or at least it's going to be a 1-for-1, but there is the Lotus Trap. There's also the bouncing today. The AoE damage again. Same damage coming in from Raven. Let's check out the replay once again because they had this curtain call. I think he did not go for the 4th shot, only went for the 3rd. Okay, he got the 4th shot. The snare went through. The damage was there, but oh no! Just a pixel away from staying alive, but wasn't able.
Yeah, no safety there for him. So that does put Cerberus Esports at a little bit of a disadvantage here. Although they were able to trade back, and it was Genza who got that kill. That's 2 kills already for the Jin. The Collector coming out too. So Invade Esports off to a pretty good start, but now the Rift Herald has spawned. Y1 knows it's warded. He did sweep it. Cerberus Esports, they are going towards it, but Invade Esports, they are there as well. And the Unstoppable Force, oh, perfect charm! They get the kill onto the Karma immediately, and then back away. Now 5 versus 4 in this one. Invade Esports clearly have a man disadvantage, and they don't have Cyclone. What can they do to really contest this Rift Herald? Not much, so they may just be giving it away before anything untoward happens. Yeah, that's gonna be a free Rift Herald there for Cerberus Esports.
And it's all because of one charm, right? Perfect engage, perfect follow-up as well from the rest of Cerberus Esports. That's what we have been talking about ever since the start of the game because of the composition of Cerberus Esports. If they can get the charm done, if they can get the follow-up, if they can get the single target takedown, they should have numbers advantage to take over an objective. And Invade Esports isn't really buffed enough to actually contest despite the numbers disadvantage. They gave away the RH, but they're contesting for the second dragon.
Yeah, and they've already gotten a catch there onto Cat Type. He tries to flash away, but will it be enough? Yes, he lives just barely a sliver of health, but the Vi goes away. Y1 now down. Merly traded out, so it's a 1-for-1. Both junglers out. Wait, how? How did that? Oh, the AoE from the Q was able to catch Cat Type out and then take his life. Akeno the God getting a kill, an extra kill there to put Cerberus Esports on top.
Unfortunate for Cat Type, I would say. He was supposedly alive. Let's check out that replay once again because Invade Esports, they had the vision already. They had the priority for the bottom side river, but Cat Type stayed into the mid lane. He should have been able to stay alive, but he casted his recall, but that was just so unfortunate. Just one Ludens. Oh man. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
He just wanted to go back to the base.
Yeah, he just wanted to back away. I don't know why he had to do that, but yep, it is still Cerberus Esports who are finding these, you know, these little advantages here and there, left and right, that they can use to really get ahead of Invade Esports, and that includes Shelly bursting down the tower, getting a second charge up there, and then, you know, they are still looking for control over the Dragon Side River. Because Cerberus Esports, they want to take every objective that they can get, but they may have been caught here by Burley with a Cyclone onto 2 as Y1 Let's try to back away with a Kano, getting that ultimate. Burley still there. He goes for the Cyclone, the curtain call, and immediately denied by the explosive cask. But a good trade there from Invade Esports. It is still a 1-for-1. Now BMM coming in. He may be able to save this with a charm of well-placed ability, a well-placed orb. But they both back away. 1-for-1 so far, and Y1 was able to get away scot-free.
2,000 gold lead by Cerberus Esports. No dragons being taken by both teams just yet. They're focusing more on the fights. Actually, Cerberus Esports should be fine with that since they had the Restel bash up the bottom lane tier 1. Mid lane standing still though, so Invade Esports has a chance to recollect themselves, minimize the advantage of Cerberus Esports or mitigate them, and just take this dragon as well, because reset was made by Cerberus Esports. They tried to get some vision from onto the top side of the map, which is a little bit questionable, and that's going to be beneficial, should be, for Cerberus Esports, because Invade Esports, they just gave the objective away for absolutely free. They were a little bit scattered, but they did get the tower in the top lane. They did manage to push out the wave in the bottom lane as well. I don't think it's going to help them in their scaling though. They have to start getting objectives.
Yeah, because objectives are really the way to go in patch 4.2. That's why, you know, a lot of more importance was placed on that Rift Herald. That's why, you know, Dragon subsequently got a lot of importance pushed onto it, because it's the only objective that you can really fight for after that first Rift Herald goes down. You can't really go for just passive trading now. You have to actually fight for these things. And so far, Cerberus Esports, they are showing a lot more aggression, a lot more willingness to commit and willingness to fight for these objectives and really try to find different advantages that they can, even though it may come at the cost of them, as Ganja almost gets caught there with the deadly flourish. There's a curtain call though, there's one, misses the second, misses the third, the fourth one won't hit either. There's a barrier. Genza trying to save his life, running away from the Swain. Will he be able to dash out? No, he won't, and that's 2 kills for Invade Esports, catching the aggressive Tristana and Yumi before they're able to get away. Zumi's not able to save him there.
Oh, buy one, take one whenever there's a Yumi. Cerberus Esports has given so much gold now for Invade Esports. Tower gonna be falling down. Don't think they can contest.
Yeah, but there is a big engage there with the explosive cast. Will he be able to get away with that? Y1's there as well, and he just barely dies to the Meteor. 2 kills, another 2 kills for Invade Esports, and they have found themselves in the lead in terms of gold, in terms of kills, in terms of momentum and tempo.
Oh, Cerberus Esports. That is not what you wanna do if you're battling against a scaling composition. Slowly but surely, Raven is popping up. Look at the score that he has. 5-1 and 2. Bluffix as well, 2-0 and 1. And the only person that, I mean, they lost a couple of people along the way. But let's check out this replay, because them defending this tower is so unnecessary. They went in against 5 people and they're only 3. That caused a lot of casualties, because who can kill Cat Type at this point? No one. He was just able to tower dive and stay alive with Sliver of Health. Invade Esports just got so much gold injected towards themselves right now. 1,000 gold advantage now, but they came from a 2 to 3,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, and being able to equalize that and get that 1,000 gold lead is the swing that Invade Esports maybe needs to start really taking this game home and really giving Cerberus Esports a run for their money. As you can see, Cerberus Esports, they do want to, you know, focus on that mid lane tower, and Cat Type may have been caught here with a cease and desist and the Yumi ultimate, keeping him stunned up and just serving him up to Cerberus Esports against the one who got that kill. And with the Tristana being gifted these kills, well, you know, Invade has to be incredibly aware, or, you know, try to get some backline access onto that Triss. If they're not careful, the free hitting Tristana may be able to take this win for Cerberus Esports. So will they engage here? There's a curtain call. 1 hit, 2 hit.
Ouch.
Misses the 4th hit. So a little bit unfortunate there, but Cerberus Esports lived to tell the tale.
Invade Esports taking control of this game now after they have won 2 consecutive team fights, and should be able to leverage down into the second dragon given the lead that they do possess. Cerberus Esports have been fishing for picks, but they haven't really gotten the overall advantage against Invade Esports. I think they have to separate them, separate the members of Invade Esports. It's so hard to deal with them with the Cat Type and Bluffix around, because That's a lot of sustain that they just have, a lot of frontline power as well to provide safety for Raven. And he hasn't felt any pressure from Cerberus Esports yet in this game. Has only, felt some damage, but kill pressure? Nah. Cerberus Esports are just struggling right now. They don't have the AoE damage. Genza isn't really online just yet. We do see the AP Yumi that should help in terms of providing AD towards Genza or AP on BMM, but at this point, it's simply not enough just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, what can they really expect to achieve? At the moment, they are just trying to fight over position. Jockey over hook. Actually, Merle might have been a little bit closer to BMM, but the charm threat is very strong, and he does swing a bit with that charm, but BMM will have it in just a little bit. Now, it is going to be Merle who starts up that Drake, but is this a good decision is the question, as Y1 is there right off in the wings, ready to go for something as Cat-Type gets a knock off, but Merle flashes in for the Cyclone onto 2, immediately responded to by a Yumi ultimate. Now Genza still going to be free hitting from the back, but Y1's fighting for his life. The big shield pops up, and it is going to be Merle who gets away with a sliver of health. Bluff X has been routed as well. The rest of Invade Esports, none of them die, but they have to reconsider this fight. Merle going to get attacked by the blue buff. There's a curtain call now. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4. He will hit it, but no steal, no kill. It's not enough to take Taku down. They immediately head on over to target Cat-Type as Cerberus Esports get another Drake to their name.
Oh man, Cerberus Esports gets a second dragon, might even get this tier 1 tower into the mid lane. Fortunately, Invade Esports was able to defend, but that team fight was very messy because, I don't know, barely engaged without any follow-up. He tried to chase down Y1, which was questionable as well. He had no reason to. At best, it should have been a chase down towards Genza or maybe BMM, and that allowed Cerberus Esports to actually bash him up better, force him to disengage, using the leverage without the jungler of Invade Esports. They got the second dragon, helping their scaling even more. This is a lot of stats now, doubling the stats of the initial dragon that they have gotten. Genza starting to pop off already. 3 items.
Of course, Cat-Type chasing down Genza and a Keno, but look at how fast that health bar goes down. Yeah, somebody can kill Cat-Type, and it's Genza just free hitting. That is who can, chop down the tree through 1,000 tiny paper cuts. But Y1 is there, goes for the Vault Breaker into the big ultimate. He cease and desist, gets that kill as Genza still free hitting. He will get taken down, but Cat-Type's down as well. He's got a second life. He's going to be pounding down onto Y1. Cerberus Esports disengage, and they do get away with a 2-for-1.
Mid push is there as well from Cerberus Esports. Invade Esports starting to feel the pressure. They were able to turn the tides around a while ago, but right now it's all Cerberus Esports. Genza is starting to fall off as well on this Jhin, especially with the threats of the charm, of the season desist, and the cask as well from Taku. Range all that is stacking up towards this Tristana of Genza as well, sitting at the very top in the gold chart. Oh man, Invade Esports, they really need to force a team fight, but how do you do that? You don't, you have the Cyclone, but you don't have enough damage just yet. You have to avoid the damage coming in, the charms from Cerberus Esports, and the burst from Genza. Someone has to stop him as well. Someone has to soak the damage. It's surely Cat-Type, but at this point, I don't even think that he can soak enough damage simply because of how far Genza has farmed up right now.
So the thing with Cat-Type right now, he's got a lot of health, but not a lot of resistances. And, Tristana just shreds through that like butter on a hot summer day. So you do need to get a lot of armor, maybe a Thormail, something like that for Cat-Type, because he does need to have a lot of armor if he wants to stand a chance against Genza. So okay, Y1 maybe found out here. He got stunned up, got clawed up. There's Cat-Type with the unstoppable force onto Genza. Genza's gonna get aggressed on, and it's a Tristana who's the target. No jump, no flash away, as he just becomes food for Invade Esports. The rest of Cerberus Esports, they try to disengage. They keep themselves alive, but that is a good pick that Invade Esports desperately needed. So Genza won't be in that fight at all.
The best thing that they can do right now is threaten for the third dragon. If they can deny to Cerberus Esports, that should allow them to at least mitigate the lead that Cerberus Esports has gotten over the past few minutes. Also, you know, it's already almost Elder Dragon time now, so if they can just get this, they can just easily take down the Baron, maybe go for a game end as well. Cat-type taking so much damage.
Oh, Merly comes in and absolutely decimates with the Cyclone. Gets the good knockbacks, but not enough damage. Not enough follow-up from Invade Esports to secure a kill. Look at their health bars getting shredded. Not as fast as maybe Cerberus Esports would like, but they have enough sustain with the Ocean Drake to make it back in. As Y1, they try to get a good kill onto him, but he's a little bit too tanky. They don't do enough burst. The sustained damage does help in a lot of, you know, these team fights, but they don't have enough burst to get a, you know, decent pick off onto Cerberus Esports, especially with the Yuumi present. So they are going to try to, you know, delay this dragon.
Oh, the charm!
It is the Elder. Oh, big charm onto him. Merly's clone. You made me excited there for a sec. But yeah, almost got that Spirit Fire. And the dash is coming out for BMM already, so he won't have any mobility for this next fight. And Salvo Force comes out, Cat-type into the Dragon Pit.
Oh!
Got no mana. Rich has been dissuaded, and the rest of the fight is going to be coming down. Who gets the Dragon? Was it Seal? Yes, it was. Cat-type was actually the one who took it down. Now, Burley and Raven, they have to make this count. Can they turn this team fight around? No, they cannot, as it Cerberus Esports desperately decimate Invade Esports remaining members. They are now going to chase Bluff X down. Taku diving the tower. BMM trying to bring him down. The flash, the charm, the Spirit Fire, the ball. It all comes together to eliminate the last member of Invade Esports. They did get the Dragon, but they lost all their lives for it, and now Cerberus Esports are pushing down the mid lane.
50-second death timers, 52 seconds exactly, and still 15 seconds left for Invade Esports. It's not enough time for them to defend anymore. Cerberus Esports will be getting game number 1. And that fight as well, I mean, they tried to initiate, but that engage by BMM actually surprised the members of Invade Esports. Yeah, it was just a clone, but it forced Merly to not have the clone anymore to actually engage onto them. They got the steal on the Elder Dragon, but Genza was already popped off, able to just free hit all the way in the fight. AP Yuumi as well, just providing so much damage for this Tristana, and Invade Esports just can't handle any of it. Now Cerberus Esports only needs one game to again have the 4 check marks that they need in this attempt to qualify for the playoffs. Game number 1 has been won, but Invade Esports were actually fighting back a little more than they anticipated.
Yeah, and that is a very, very close game. It was very back and forth. Unfortunately, you know, Invade Esports, they did pick up a little bit more scaling than maybe they intended, so they weren't really prepared to deal with how aggressive Cerberus Esports was in those fights, and in a lot of those team fights and the picks. They did get that Elder Drake, but they weren't able to turn the fight around. The sustained damage just was not a match to the continuous barrage that Cerberus Esports was laying down with the Tristana, with the Ahri, even with the Yuumi. Yeah, because AP Yuumi just does so much damage. And Genza 8-4 into the bravest Tristana we ever seen here so far, because it's the first Tristana we've seen so far in the WRLA, and you know, 100% win rate so far. Hope to see a lot more Tristana action coming soon in the next week.
I wanna say as well that BluffX was a little bit unfortunate there. He got caught out, got engaged by Genza, was able to stay alive, but wasn't anymore able to partake in that team fight. I think is massive for Cerberus Esports to win team fight despite not having the Elder Dragon. Had it been BluffX being part of the fight, I think they could have won the fight and them being the one to end. That's how close that last fight actually has been. But it all boils down to how confident you can be with the picks. Again, this is the new patch 4.2, in which they have experimented for the past 2 weeks, but in the tournament stage, it is relatively new, and Cerberus Esports got the better lead against Invade Esports, and Genza just popped off. I believe he is also going to be the MVP for this, just simply because of the amount of damage and confidence that he has shown with this Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, confidence is something that you have to have if you're picking up a champion just like Tristana, and Genza showed that in spades, basically. So, you know, I would like to see him on that MVP spot. There were a couple of missteps he had, just little things that could have spelled disaster if put in a different, if up against a different team. But Invade Esports, they have just been historically not the greatest in terms of performance, or just punishing small things like that. So they won't be getting that W off of some of the mistakes that Genza made. So Service Esports on track to go for a 2-0 here. Genza, of course, he will be that MVP, the first Tristana MVP, 100% win rate, 100% MVP rate as well with this champion. So it is a very good debut for the champion here in the WRLA.
We talked about this matchup already, Raven versus Genza. Raven actually had a really good performance in the initial parts of the game, but Genza stayed to his form all throughout till the very end and landed the MVP performance. They only needed one more win for Cerberus Esports. Can Invade Esports still contest?
That's a very, very good question, because Invade Esports need to be able to, win this to knock Service Esports out of contention for the playoffs. But we'll see if Service Esports can keep this ball rolling and maybe qualify, or maybe have a chance to qualify in the playoffs if they win this. But that's going to be after this small break. I'm Jason coming at you. With me is Gayang, and we'll see you for game number 2 of match number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WRLA 2023. We are still watching Invade Esports versus Cerberus Esports. Cerberus Esports now at match point. Let's get right into picks and bans.
Let's go, because game number 1, Cerberus Esports gave them really a hard lesson. Going for scaling, yeah, Invade Esports, that is a good plan, but you have to survive the early game as well. Cerberus Esports had really good angles into all of the fights, scaled up as well, especially with the Dragon Stacks, full utilization of the RH as well, that set the tempo for themselves. And now as they retain on blue side, I mean the blueprint retains the same. They can just still go with the same composition. Invade Esports has to adjust.
Yeah, and I mean, Invade Esports, they are the ones who kind of have the onus here. And what I have noticed is that Aatrox very, very deprioritized here. Yeah, Camille is still 100% big ban, mostly bans, but we haven't seen a single Aatrox come through, even though he hasn't been banned at all today. That may change very soon, or it may not, because he has been eating quite a lot of nerfs. And
they heard you,
devil, and he shall come. No, he won't. No, he won't, as Graga is going to be picked up first. I mean, they could still go for it.
I mean, they can still. I think they have to pick the other champions first, the more highly prioritized champions. Yuumi has been banned away by Invade Esports is good, but that leaves the other champion, like the Karma, which Invade Esports tried out a while ago. So Cerberus Esports can still go with the Tristana comp if they actually want to do so. Genza performed really well on this champion. Now they have better front lines as well. I mean, relatively good front lines, because the Gragas was really good for Taco, but still can be using this Garen relatively similar. Looks like the Jhin is going to be coming through from Genza as well. This is a good way to just leverage down in the early game and get the momentum rolling very, very early into the game as well.
Yeah, and getting that momentum rolling is definitely a big thing that Invade Esports does need to do. They need to out momentum basically Cerberus Esports, because that's what they've been kind of relying on, honestly, for the past game and for most of their matches, for just the momentum of them being able to, you know, swing the game into their favor from from any good catch, from any good from any good pick whatsoever. But I mean, Cerberus Esports, they just know how to be aggressive when they're behind also. So Invade Esports, they kind of have to beat Cerberus Esports at their own game here. So I feel like that's why they're picking up the Lulu and Kaisa combination here.
Yeah, the Vi has been banned away, right? So that should be a good sign coming in from Invade Esports. Good respect towards Y1's performance a while ago, but that leaves still the Ari pick for BMM. They're hovering the Ashe, which means that maybe the Kaisa can go to the jungle, but they change their mind, hovers the Kha'Zix instead, which is pretty decent. We even have seen where Atom win a game with this very same champion. I think that is a good template to actually have in this particular game. Get the isolation damage, get the assassination towards the backline members of Cerberus Esports. Try to take down Genza as fast as possible in a fight when he is isolated by Cat-type using the cast. But similar response can be made by Cerberus Esports. Lee Sin is available. Y1 has improved significantly on this champion for the past weeks that he replaced Meliodas as a jungler, and he is going to be confidently locking this champion down. We talked about the double marksman. Cerberus Esports can actually get that in this game because they're still lacking magic damage. Yeah, they have the Karma, but it's mostly going to be a utility support. If they get the Corki, it will take some time to scale up, but they do have the Jhin, they do have the Lee Sin, they do have the Garen to enable the early game.
Yeah, and that Lee Sin, that Garen will be pretty instrumental here for Cerberus Esports. They do need to basically either make plays with the Lee Sin or just keep alive with the Garen, because it will be a little bit easier for Taku to, get that Garen to really live versus the Gragas. But the bug, man, the Kha'Zix versus Lee matchup, I think this is where a lot of the attention in this game should be going, because Y1 and Merle, two incredibly aggressive junglers, but Y1 has I think the better early game start here with the Lee Sin if he does decide to gank early, but a very, very safe mid laner for Bluff X there in the Orianna.
I saw Raven later on, because Invade Esports, they invested so much onto him, even picked up the Orianna, because this is a dual purpose. Yeah, you have some wave clear, yeah, you have some teamfight potential, but you have the command protect as well. They have the Lulu for the shields, for the extra HP with the wild growth, and also the polymorph as a disengage, or maybe an additional movement speed for Raven to work around on teamfights. They have the Kha'Zix for the isolation plays, for the finish offs. They have the Gragas for the frontline power and also the isolation plays. So this is going to be an interesting and an exciting matchup here for Cerberus Esports and Invade Esports. I believe Invade Esports has drafted a good composition. Hopefully they will be able to fully utilize this, because this is a very Kai'Sa centric lineup, and Cerberus Esports, they have a lot of tools still to actually take him down. They have the Jhin, they have the Lee Sin, they even have the Garen with the Demas and Justice. If they get the pick onto the Kai'Sa, it's GG for Invade.
I mean, yeah, and that just means that Raven has to be super on point with his positioning. He cannot afford to be caught, or else, that's pretty much half of Invade's damage in a team fight down. That puts a lot of pressure on the Dragon Laner. I know it's AD meta, but you don't have to 100% rely on your AD carry to be safe, and that's why they have that Lulu for the speed ups, wild growth, and cat type for the disruption, the protection with the body slam, with the explosive cask, and also the command shockwave from the Orianna, as well as the shield. Really, a lot of things to make sure that people in Invade Esports stay safe, especially Raven. But in this early laning phase, if he steps out of line, he could get immediately just jumped on there.
Oh man,
wow,
the damage.
1670 damage per minute.
Yeah, 1600 damage. That is a lot. Very, very big damage coming in from Genza. The best player there is, at least on the Cerberus Esports side, on the Dragon Lane department. Also, I just want to comment, like the skin that the Garen is using, the Taco is using, is just looks so good. The iconic Garen skin, looking really fancy. Raven forced to flash away simply because of a cheeky, position of Akeno and Genza. He has to always be careful. Again, just one mistake can lead to his demise.
Yeah, they have to be super, super careful not to make that mistake, not to really be the ones to commit to these mistakes. But Cerberus Esports already setting up a big, big flash here in the jungle as he hits level 3. Y1 is able to smite and actually steal the blue buff. Great double snare there, but Cerberus Esports will be coming out with that steal and that aggression already paying out in dividends there for Cerberus Esports.
That's just a pure confidence of Cerberus Esports. They know that they can actually take on Invade Esports. They forced the flash already towards Raven. They don't really have a lot of damage on the side of Invade Esports compared to Cerberus Esports, so they just took one resource away from Merle, deny the scaling or slow down the scaling of this Kha'Zix. Top side is going to be a mountain for sure. Not really a hill you want to visit for the meantime, because it's perfectly balanced unless Y1 wants to accelerate this. Taco does have ult.
Yeah, and already cat type has to flash away. There's a Damashi Justice coming in. Not enough damage, not by a long shot. Y1 didn't even really do anything. He just appeared in the lane and forced cat type to flash out. Taku now in complete control. Will leave the lane pushing towards him, so he has a better advantage when he comes back after this timed back. Now, Invade Esports, they again cannot make mistakes, but they cannot be completely passive either. They have to be pushing the boundaries. They have to be looking for ins against Cerberus Esports, and that is a little bit difficult. So, a balance of caution and aggression is needed.
I mean, they can basically just play this safe, honestly. Wait
Yeah.
for the Kazakhs to upgrade his abilities. Wait for Cerberus Esports to make a mistake. Wait for Raven to actually pop off, because I mean, the utilities are exponentially for his side, especially with the Orianna, Lulu protection. But Y1 wants to interfere, is here in the bottom lane. After being spotted, looks like it is gonna be fine. They are grouping up, only wanting to take some platings under this tier 1 tower, or should be really good in terms of economy for Cerberus Esports before they actually back away and then prepare for the first objective.
Meanwhile, look where the other jungler is. Murley maybe looking to set something up here. There's Explosive Cask, and as soon as he missed that, Murley says, alright, I'm gonna go back. No, he's not. He's gonna go help with this push. Although I don't think that they can really go for a dive here against Taku in any way, shape, or form. So, in terms of macro, Cerberus Esports definitely have the higher ground.
Come in 5 minutes. First team fight is going to happen. I think Cerberus Esports should be focusing on the Rift Herald, try to bash down the mid tier 1 tower or maybe the bottom lane. I think it's going to be very important because they have chipped away, I believe, almost 250 damage onto the tier 1. That should be enough with just one charge of the Rift Herald. It's just so OP right now. And that is one of the reasons why patch 4.2a, it is going to be nerfed down, especially with the damage taken by the RH whenever it charges, at maximizing only 2 charges. And Y1 starting it up, Genza just taking a bit of damage there, but should be fine.
Yeah, and look at where Invade Esports are. They are just going to trade out that dragon, but it is still the Rift Herald that's more important here in my opinion. Now that does signal that Y1 may be looking to go for an early tower taker, but Genza already down low from Raven and the Akathian Rain. This could be bad as he charges in. Rich actually gets absolutely decimated immediately, and Raven now trying to flash and try to get a kill. He does get a kill, but Genza is going to be fine. Maybe Murley. Oh my god, one more on attack. He dodges, he weaves and flows and gets another kill before BluffX takes him down. That's actually equal for Cerberus Esports, 3 for 3, even though 4 members made it all the way up there. And that
Esports, they could have gotten the better end there actually, because, well, let's check out that replay. Y1 had the initial kill onto Rich. That provided a 3 versus 2 situation. Genza being low means Raven can easily just kite out, even alone, especially with getting so much damage. That's why the Kai'Sa is such a good pick. Look at how confident he is going in. Even Y1 was forced to follow up, but that allowed Invade Esports to actually send out Murley there. But they should have backed away after already having BluffX with him. That could have been a 3-for-2 exchange favorable to Invade Esports, but that didn't happen. It's a 3-for-3 exchange. Cerberus Esports still getting the better end on that trade, simply just because they have gotten a couple of plays as well.
Yeah, the better end of the bargain there. They are 2,000 gold up with just the same amount of kills. So,
we're not done.
Esports trying to equalize things with maybe a dive here. Akeno has found them out. So, this dive will be prevented there. Cerberus Esports keeping their members safe there. And Murley was ready to commit to that, but with that, Y1 just takes advantage of that to get a couple of plates here, maybe. Yeah, 2 plates up there in the mid lane, and now they're gonna go for a dive onto Invade Esports here. Taku a little bit too deep, maybe, as he is going to get aggressed on by Murley and BluffX, and Y1 a little bit too late to save his homie from getting decimated, and he now has to leave as well. Cerberus Esports sacrifice 1 kill, but they extend their gold lead because look at how many plays they were able to get.
Cerberus Esports, yeah, that is still, you know, a benefit towards Cerberus Esports side. Invade Esports is more on responding rather than initiating at this point in the game, and it's causing them to lose so much resources all throughout the map as well. So 2 kills picked up by BluffX is actually good for him. He is sitting very comfortable, scaling up into this game as well. If he lands a perfect shockwave later on, it should provide so much leverage for Invade Esports in the team fight, but it's so difficult to do that simply because of the momentum that Cerberus Esports actually had right now. With the Lee Sin of Y1, he's actually pressuring so much on the side of Invade Esports that it's forcing them to play things reactively. But since there are no objectives to be picked up just yet, they can actually set tempo in the mid lane. Threaten a push here, only about 1000 HP left, but every damage that Genza actually deals is massive simply because he has the Jhin.
Yeah, and I mean, that Jhin is going to be paying dividends for Cerberus Esports as the game goes on, as Genza gets more items. And, you know, even if he is the first target of a pick here by Invade Esports, if he's able to actually, you know, live and back away, he should be. Oh my god, what a play there from Y1, but he just insected him into his own teammate. He's trying to get into Keno, but that was just a little bit of a misstep by the Lees and a little bit too confident there by Y1. Did not really see the rest of his team, was not in a position to retaliate, to follow up on that, so he will be given that kill away for free with 25 seconds left on that Drake.
I mean, that wasn't the best play by Y1. I think that was a big mistake that he has made. Fortunately, he will be alive when the dragon spawns up. Unless Invade Esports starts it up and or like engages on Cerberus Esports, then he should be fine. Cat type is taking some damage there from the pokes. Has to be very careful again from BMM, Keno, and Genza, because if he gets chipped down to a low threshold, Taka can just easily take him down with the Match Injustice. Now, Cerberus Esports has a good priority into the bottom side river. Invade Esports just contesting a little bit slowly. They have 5 people going there now. They have to really allow Cat type to isolate them out, but he's the one isolated. Looks like this mid-tier 1 is gonna fall down.
Yeah, and Cerberus Esports, they are just taking control of this map little by little, and they will be the ones who are contesting this dragon first, although it is going over to
no shockwave
early. Yeah, absolutely, no shockwave there. There's a curtain call as well. Will it drive away the Invade Esports crew? Yes, it will, as Cat type immediately gets engaged on Taku, still looking to get that justice onto him, and he does. That's 1 kill already for Cerberus Esports. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 as this dragon is slowly but surely getting chipped away. Where's the steal? No steal whatsoever. Y1 finishes it off, and Cerberus Esports now chase in. There's the Dragon's Rage onto 2. Raven and Bluff X got kicked, but will they be able to just come back and deal more damage to Cerberus Esports? They are trying, as Akena almost gets taken out with Sliver of Health, but he is able to get away and lead his team to just get away safely there, while Invade Esports, they lose a life of a member and they lose the Drake.
I mean, that's 1 dragon, that's 1 kill that Cerberus Esports has gotten. Raven!
Oh! Whoa! Raven! He went in, he risked everything, and he got that kill. That will accelerate his scaling, and he was able to get that heal with redemption afterwards. Now, Y1, a little bit too uppity, a little bit too aggressive, maybe. So those little mistakes by Cerberus Esports could add up.
I mean, Cerberus Esports, they have to be extra careful this time around. That was a big mistake, that overstaying into the fight. Every goal that they give towards Raven is going to be magnifying his scaling. Right now, he has picked up 2 items already. The first Ice Dragon is going to be coming our way, so props to Riot again for introducing a different elemental Drake for us to enjoy. And this provides so much difference on the terrain as well. Also, the Ice Shards should be a big factor in the next upcoming team fight, especially that Cerberus Esports does overextend and invades towards the jungle camps of Invade Esports. So you need to be very careful. 12 minutes into the game, slowly the Kaisa is scaling up. Slowly the Jhin is scaling down or falling off. And looking at the protection, looking at the investment of Invade Esports just to protect him is already a good sign of Invade Esports.
Yeah, with 2 kills to 1, and they basically have the same amount of gold. These 2 ADCs are kind of neck and neck at the moment, and yes, the Kaisa will scale up better over time, but that Jhin, his strength is in the here, in the now, and if he's able to, you know, if Genza is able to keep his distance and really use that 4-shot economy and time those shots correctly, well, that could be very, very bad for Invade Esports. He's got that 4-shot loaded up. They're just waiting. They're death rushing here. Both teams looking for a death rush situation. They can't see anybody on Cerberus Esports side, so Invade Esports decide to play it safe. Cerberus Esports probably could have sneaked the Baron at that time, but hey, they won't want to risk it at this point.
INV Esports just focusing more on the scaling. They are willing to give up objectives. They are willing to give up pressure just to allow Raven to scale up. And again, that is the goal. And I think they're sitting very comfortably as well. Looking at the goal, they should be fine. They have equalized the dragon stacks. Cat type is in the front. Taco as well in Y1 looking for an opening. If they can get a pick up towards the BluffX or Rift, this should translate maybe even into a Baron takedown. That's one of the things that Cerberus Esports wants to have right now. Raven!
Yep, and look at that, the play onto Raven. Y1 forced him to flash out and use everything in his arsenal to just stay safe, but now he can't free hit from the back. Taku is the one who's receiving those free hits. Oh my god, BluffX is incredibly low, just a sliver of health. Here's a curtain call. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Murley trying to protect. He goes golden. Will they take him? No, he's able to flash out, and surprisingly, no lives are lost there on either side, but Invade Esports forced to back away, and Cerberus Esports quick on the trigger for the Baron.
INV Esports, they have to sprint here. They don't have vision. It recently just expired, and this is a very squishy Baron. It recently spawned when they spot him out. No takedown.
No steal.
No steal. Only Cerberus Esports able to take it for themselves. In INV Esports, they can only salvage this in upcoming Dragon, but maybe just a tower as well. Because Cerberus Esports, they're sprinting their way towards the bot side river. They want to secure 2 Dragon stacks here against INV Esports. And with this Baron, they can easily unlock towers. This is going to be very scary.
Yes, but what's even more scary is Taku almost getting caught there. There's the explosive cast, but Y1 manages to hit the Sonic Wave onto the big kick onto BluffX. BMM just barely making it into the fight right now, but he can shred down the health bars there. BluffX goes first,
collector.
And then the Gragas, the big collector. Murley almost gets taken down, but he's just a sliver of health. He managed to dodge that meteor. Here's a curtain call, though. They're hunting him down. 1, 2, 3 hits onto Raven. No 4th hit there as Cerberus Esports start pushing down the middle lane with Baron empowered minions.
They can just easily take this inhibitor tower down. There's no wave clear on the side of INV Esports. Can they actually end? This is, again, the upgraded Nexus. It is very tanky.
Yeah, but Raven, Rich, and Murley, the 3 amigos, can they stop this push from Cerberus Esports? The minions are gone, so they will have to wait for the next wave. And meanwhile, will the rest of the Invade Esports respawn? They have to at this point. Murley will be coming in. Invisibility. Cerberus Esports have timed them, so they will be backing away as soon as that as those respawns arrive. And BMM almost getting caught there, but because of the Baron empowered recall, will be getting away scot-free.
INV Esports, they only have one more chance to turn the tides around. They have one. It only takes one proper team fight by Cerberus Esports to completely decimate them in a 2-0. Let's check out this team fight because they overstayed there. They got caught out, especially Murley and Cat type as well. The kick from Y1 was beautiful, and Raven could not free hit as he wanted to. The collector procs as well was so massive in that fight. The thresholds again is so critical. Whenever you're jumped down to low, you have to immediately back away, or else you're gonna get picked off by Genza. And that allowed them to unlock the inhibitor tower in the mid lane, almost taking the game already. They still have the Elder Dragon, but at this point, Invade Esports, they cannot contest, but they cannot engage as well.
Yeah, Invade Esports have to find a way to force a mistake in from Cerberus Esports, because that really is the kind of the only way that they can make their way back into the game. If Y1, you know, makes a mistake, if Genza makes a mistake, then that is where Invade can pull the trigger. They cannot be super proactive, or else the response will just be absolutely lethal from Cerberus Esports.
With a 5,000 goal lead, they're looking to pincer down, looking to close out this game. Baron is going to be spawning up in the next 18 seconds as well. Simultaneously with the Elder Dragon, and Cerberus Esports has a good position all throughout this bottom side. Look at the traps of Genza, look at the vision as well. It's very well placed. Invade Esports has to check every corner. Merely cannot risk going in face first because he can just immediately get blown out. He has to be Cat type, but cannot be overextended as well, because Invade Esports cannot follow up with any engage of Cat type simply because of the transcendent embrace of Akeno.
Yes, it is a very, very difficult prospect here for Invade
call.
Esports. There's a curtain call opened up already to start up the fight, but swing and a miss from Genza. He hits absolutely one thing, and Rich gets taken out. 60% of his health gone in one single ability. Just the fourth hit, the crit, making it known. But look at that, the Elder Drake is already burning down. They managed to go on to cat type, and then the Justice takes him away from this fight. Now Merly, though, trying to get onto Y1. He goes golden. Akeno and Y1 are both there, but Genza is going to get engaged on. Raven takes him away, and yes, this could be a positive fight at Esports, but already Oriana's down, Merly's down as well. They're chasing down Raven as well as Rich. Raven not able to stand the tides. It's all just Rich. That should be it. Yes, 4 versus 1 with a Lulu. I don't think that's possible. These death timers will not be up in time for this Nexus to rebuff Cerberus Esports. So with Rich not able to do anything, that's going to be a quick 2-0 from Cerberus Esports. They keep their playoff stream alive.
That's what they needed, and that's what they have gotten. 2-0 victory against Invade Esports. Invade Esports tried. That composition was very creative, but they couldn't really fully muster the strength to take down the members of Cerberus Esports. Raven tried. He just went all in into both of the games, honestly, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately, for Invade Esports, especially because of the pressure they were feeling all throughout the game. Y1 on his beautiful kicks on with the Lee Sin, Genza as well on the damage, Akeno with the Transcendent Embrace. Whenever they try to go in, they immediately get interrupted just with one Transcendent Embrace, and then Cerberus Esports always follows up, taking the members of Invade Esports one at a time. Look at the damage of Raven, even higher than Genza, not higher than BMM, but relatively high to help out Invade Esports, but it wasn't enough. The double utility on Invade Esports wasn't enough to protect him as well, and it's very unfortunate that most, if not some of the shockwaves of BluffX wasn't able to connect onto Cerberus Esports. That's one of the reasons why Oriana is actually not that popular, because it's so hard to land the shockwave, especially at those crucial moments in high, and that was the experience of Invade Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, it's not impossible, but the difficulty curve of hitting those shockwaves, those really game-altering shockwaves, did kind of get to him. Unfortunately, that is, you know, another loss in the cap of Invade Esports, but really, they were already out. There was no way that they could, you know, feasibly get back into playoffs contention, so it's unfortunate that it shook out that way, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbled this game, or this match. And Cerberus Esports, they are at least able to keep their own streak alive. So, you know, a little bit of a sacrifice there for Invade Esports, but they were, you know, trying to do things a little bit differently, trying to bring the new meta here in 4.2 and really experiment with it, so that, you know, they could be a little bit more ready for whatever matches they have coming up, whether it's in WRL, whether it's in somewhere X. But I mean, I think BluffX really needs to kind of dial in his champion pool, because honestly, Oriana may not be one of them.
I mean, Invade Esports still has one more game after this, or one more series. It is going to be on Friday against Enigma Galaxy. They are also going to be trying to contest, you know, the position of Enigma Galaxy, because Cerberus Esports right now is able to win their first 2-0. They only need to win one more, and it is against Team Flash. Akeno on this Karma definitely helps so much at the side of Cerberus Esports. Every engage that Invade Esports tried to do onto them was always shut down, just because of Transcendent Embrace. The mobility as well provided with the shields and also the pokes were so good. We saw some really good Transcendent, some really good snares as well coming from him, prioritizing on the interruption and also buffing up Genza to just pop off in that entire game.
Yeah, and I do believe we are just waiting for the interview there with whoever Cerberus Esports chooses to have that interview with. And yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear the thoughts on whether or not they still have a chance at competing for, you know, that playoff spot against Esports, against Enigma Galaxy. because those are the teams that kind of have to fail for Cerberus Esports to win, to get to qualify for playoffs. And I mean, nothing is impossible here in the WRLA, but it is a little bit of a tall order for them. And I guess it remains to be seen whether or not the new meta is favorable enough for Cerberus Esports for them to actually make it there. So a lot of things can keep going here in the WRLA. But yeah, I mean, if we're taking it match by match, picking up the Tristana, very, very brave, but also kind of signals and heralds in the new AD meta here. Old champions getting the spotlight, and some of the newer or new old meta things getting taken out of the spotlight here. I wonder how their thoughts are around the changes.
I mean, it is going to be a long journey, I would say, on this ADC meta. There's also an upcoming patch to nerf down some of these champions. We haven't seen the Zaya Rakan just yet. We haven't seen the Samira just yet. The Twitch hasn't been picked up just yet. Even the Caitlyn that can serve really well on the zone control simply just because of the traps. And also the superior range, higher than most ADCs, is just something that we are looking forward to seeing in this patch as well. And I think it is a big adaptation that these teams really needs to have just to get a leverage against the other teams. Cerberus Esports demonstrating it in this series against Invade Esports. No matter how Invade Esports tried to be creative with the Orianna, with the Sion, and the Swain a while ago, both wasn't enough to take down Cerberus Esports simply because they know how to really take down those lineups as well. The pick composition with the Ahri, with the Vi and the Tristana in game number 2, we have seen them as well providing so much pressure with their win condition, with Y1 leading the charge, with Genza popping off as well, with Akeno providing so much help in all of the fights. It just makes Cerberus Esports have the higher chances of contesting for that top 4 position against Nigma Galaxy and Naos Esports. And we are going to be having the interview. Let's listen to them.
感谢两位解说老师，欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜 CES 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是射手 Genza。那么第一个问题想要问到他的是，就是这个版本嘛，其实也是被誉为我们的射手版本。想要问一下他身为一个射手位的选手，对这个版本有什么样的看法呢 ？Hi Genza, congrats on taking them down and thank you so much for joining me. The first one gonna be like this meta is so called a AD meta. So as AD carry, any first thought on this meta?
Thì đầu tiên là chúc mừng em đã có chiến thắng trong ngày hôm nay ha. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên họ muốn dành cho mình là thì cái meta 4.2 hiện tại được coi như là meta của xạ thủ á, thì em là một người đi đường rộng á, thì em có suy nghĩ như thế nào về meta hiện tại?
Meta hiện tại thì đối với em thì những con AD bắt đầu trở lại rồi, tại vì thứ nhất là được tăng tất cả tướng xạ thủ 25 tầm đánh, thứ hai là có nhiều trang bị mới dành cho AD mà hiện tại khá là OP. Em cảm thấy khá thích về cái meta này.
So basically all the AD carry champions got buffed in attack range, 25 attack range, and then the game also added more OP items for ADC. So personally, for him as an ADC, he loved this meta because he loved playing ADC.
OK， 那我们 Genza 选手说到呢，因为在这个版本其实我们所有的射手都加长了25%的一个输出的范围，然后呢还对我们所有传统射手呢加强了很多，就是对于这个传统射手辅助的一些元素，所以呢身为一个传统射手，他射手位的选手，他非常开心，传统射手又可以再一次回归到了赛场之上。那么下一个问题想问到他的是，在第一局的时候呢，是在我们本赛季第一次看到阿狸加上崔斯塔纳就是小炮这样的组合，想问一下他们为什么会有这样的选择 ？So in Game 1, it's our very first time to see the composition for Ahri plus Tristana in Game 1. So tell me about the reason of this kind of pick.
Thì ở game đấu đầu tiên á, mình đã có 2 sự lựa chọn gọi là lần đầu tiên xuất hiện trong giải đấu luôn. Đó là con Ahri và con Tristana. Thì không biết em có thể giải thích cho mọi người hiểu vì sao đội mình chọn 2 con này.
Đối với con Ari á, thì tụi em bích đi kèo, tại vì tụi em là bên kia là đối phương là bích Swen nên tụi em bích Ari để đối đầu với nó. Còn lựa chọn thứ hai là Chitana thì tụi em thiên hướng là thích đánh về lane, tại đội hình họ có Jihin Kama là cái cặp đấu hiện tại là rất là mạnh vào giai đoạn đầu, nên tụi em muốn bích nào một con gì đó lane giai đoạn về sau để có thể gánh lại được combat như cái đội hình của em.
Okay. So for the Ari pick, so basically we picked the Ari because we think it's a good matchup into Swain, like because the big Swain, so we pick Ari just like counter their pick. And for the Tristana, just because their bot lane picked Jin and Karma, which is a very strong early lane, so we try to get over the early stage and we focus on the late stage when Tristana and Yumi can kill off their backline.
OK， 那我们今天的选手说到，他们之所以选择阿里呢，是因为对面当时选择了斯维因，他们觉得阿里是很好的一个 counter 斯维因的选择。那么他们选择小炮的原因呢，是因为对面当时选择了卡尔玛加镜的组合，那么是一个就是在前期非常对线很强势的一个组合。然后他们觉得说，他们的小炮其实是更适合于后期的发育，所以他们希望可以尽快去度过前期的这么一个发育的阶段，然后更注重的是在后期的一个团战方面的伤害。那么下一个问题想要问到的，他们今天体验到了我们全新的一条元素龙冰霜亚龙，想问一下这条小龙和其他小龙对于他们来讲有没有什么不一样的感受呢 ？So any different feeling without the buff of our very new elemental dragon, the Ice Streak?
Vậy còn mình cũng có một cái thay đổi về rồng á, đó là rồng băng á, thì em có suy nghĩ gì về con rồng đó?
Đối với con rồng băng thì em thì thấy là nó giống con rồng gió. Thường thì mỗi lần rồng băng xuất hiện á, đội hình rồng băng thì tụi em khi đi trên mấy vách đá thì sẽ được tăng tốc độ di chuyển. Còn về nội tại của nó thì tăng cao down thì cũng ổn so với meta hiện tại, là những cái con cần cao down chiêu nhiều được giảm rất là nhanh.
So just like to sums up, he said that the Ice Drake is like a super version, like a prestige version of the Wind Dragon. So it also gives the movement speed while you roaming around in the jungle. But most importantly, it gives the cooldown, which is very important in the current meta of the game, because all the champ need cooldown reduction.
OK， 那我们今天在选手说到呢，因为这条龙的元素，它的 buff 加成其实是可以让你在野区有一个加速的一个元素的加成，所以他觉得这个是非常重要的。还有一点非常重要的就是它可以去加速冷却的这么一个功能，他觉得对于整个团战来讲也是非常重要的。那么最后一个问题想问到他的是，下一场呢，他们也是他们常规赛的最后一场比赛，要对阵的是同赛区的西贡 TF 战队，想问一下他们对 TF 的了解有多少，然后会做哪些准备呢 ？So from now on, you couldn't drop a single game maybe, and next time you're gonna play against the Saigon Team Flash from the same region as yours. So are you familiar with them, and what kind of preparation you're gonna apply before the con?
Thì để mà cái điều kiện cần để mà mình được đi tiếp là mình không được thua một trận đấu nào nữa, thì đối thủ tiếp theo của mình là Saigon Team Flash, là một cái đối thủ cùng khu vực, và có vẻ như mình cũng rất là quen mặt á, thì mình đã có cái sự chuẩn bị gì trước khi đối đầu với lại Flash?
Sắp tới thì là trận cuối rồi, thì team mình cũng như Flash thì sẽ cống hiến hết mình chơi giải đấu.
So the next match is an important match, but also is our final game of the tournament, also the final game for Team Flash. So I think that both teams, we will just try our best to bring like the best match that we can for the audience of the tournament.
OK， 我们今天的选手说呢，因为下一场其实对于他们来讲呢，对于他们和 TF 来说都是常规赛的最后一场比赛，所以他相信他们双方呢一定都会就是拼尽全力去打好最后的这场比赛，回馈给我们所有的观众朋友。OK，thank you for taking your time, thank you for the translating. That's all for the interval. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
OK， 那我们的赛后采访到。
I mean, they only have one more game against Team Flash.
Yeah.
They're wanting to just give their best for the people that are supporting them, give a one final show in their attempt to reach the playoffs, and that's just beautiful. I mean, very humbling words coming in from them, and just is looking to constantly improve as this regular season concludes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good to hear as well that they're adapting nicely to the ADC meta of patch 4.2. And yeah, Team Flash better you watch out, because I mean, Service Esports are going to be wary to get their chance to actually get into the playoffs here through the APAC region.
And we have one last series as well. It is going to be OMG versus JDG. We're just going to be hopping by a short break. We'll see you again after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides.
That short break was shorter than usual, ladies and gents, as we return for the third match of the day, the final match of the day here. Oh my god, versus Trace Esports. I'm G10, he's Giang, and let's get right into the stats of this game, of this match.
It's OMG versus Jingdong Gaming. It is going to be an interesting matchup for sure, because JDG, they already have their spot secured. right? They're sitting very comfortable in the 4th spot right now in the CN conference with a 10-3 scoreline. Meanwhile,
Yes.
OMG is mathematically, disqualified already for the playoffs because they are sitting at the 11th spot, just above Rare Atom. But they are also similar to our other teams, similar to Rare Atom, similar to Invade Esports. They're looking for that one last hurrah, the curtain call here in this tournament to at least have a strong finish as they faced off against EDG. And looking at the stats, it's not so bad. I mean, first Dragon, they have 53% compared to the 48%, especially right now that Dragons are very important. RH though is going to be a little bit on the downer side of OMG. That translates into first tower as well, better on JDD's side. But I think if they get on blue side though, they might actually have a better standing. Let's take a look at the stage as they introduce the
Hello，
teams.
现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由 OMG 战队对阵京东战队。在今天的这场比赛中，我们将会看到两支战队对于新版本的探索与创新。那么双方将会在阵容与战术上带来哪些变化呢？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Oh My God versus Jingdong Gaming. We're gonna see the exploration of the new meta for both teams and what kind of adjustment they're gonna put on the composition and the strategy. Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Oh My God and Jingdong Gaming.
马上京东618了，是不是该给家人们发点福利了？
那就送你们回家的机票打折吧。
Did we hear that burrito?
I'm not certain. I think so.
I think all right. Maybe they were saying like they had a bit of a hard time against Buriram. We are gonna be taking you down.
That kind of sounds about right here because I mean,
we can only speculate. We don't
yeah, we
know.
can just speculate.
I mean, you can guys let us know through the comment
首
section.
先有请双
Please
方单人
do
卢
let us
选手
know. We
登
are
场。
happy to read.
In the solo lane,
What-
OMG
if you
White,
understand what I
White
said.
Jingdong Sunny.
Yeah, but OMG versus Jingdong Gaming. I mean, JDG, one of the very strong teams
接下
here
来让我
in
们
the
有请双方打野选手
WRL.
登
They,
场。
they
In the
were
jungle, OMG
incredibly
JDG once.
prominent in the earlier stages. I mean, they were top 3 for a bit, but then they got, ousted by Nova Esports, taking the top 3 spot. They're still very, very prominent. They're still
接下来让我们有
very
请双方中路选
proficient
手登场。
as a team. They're still number 4.
And
While
the
oh my
middle
god,
lane,
yeah, they
OMG
have been
SMK JDG 飞白。
eliminated pretty much. They are under Fun Plus Phoenix 4-9, not gonna make it to the playoffs, but they can still, play spoiler a tiny bit. Of course, Jingdong Gaming is also
In the dual lane, OMG
confirmed already for
Flat
playoffs, so this is a little bit more of a match where either team can feel out how the meta will shape out for 4.2 and really kind of dial in their strategies for the rest of this competitive patch. But yeah, there's really not anything that can happen in this match that will affect whether or not either team's going to playoffs. So a little bit of a lower stakes match than the last one that we saw, where Cerberus Esports really had to fight for their lives and go 2-0 against Invade Esports and hopefully go 2-0 against Team Flash as well. But this time, OMG and JDG both confirmed to be either in and out of the playoffs, so it is what it is. But I hope it's still going to be an interesting and entertaining match for you guys.
Yeah, because JDG, only a couple of teams were able to take him down. EDG, Nova Esports, and Keepest Gaming are the only ones to actually land a win series against them. And as we look at our matchups, OMG 1-1, we have seen 15 at times actually swap out with him. So this time around, we are going to be seeing 1-1. Hopefully, he will stand a really good chance against Juju, because Juju is just so deadly in the laning phase. In the last matches that we have seen, of JDG against against Woohoo Gaming, FPX, and even Nigma Galaxy, we have seen him get a lot of MVP performance. What about now that he's going to be able to use these ADCs, or the standard ADC champions? It's just going to be a sight to see. We have seen Doki as well, just helping so much, make those plays, and now it's like everything for JDG. I'm sitting very comfortably. OMG has a chance to at least, you know, have a strong finish in this regular season. Hopefully they do give us a run for our money. And SMK and Sani gonna be battling out here.
Yeah, so SMK and Sani for the fight for side. And yeah, again, this is going to be ADC week. First to 2 kills will be taking the win, as well as side priority for the entire match. So quite a bit riding on the fight for side. That's completely fine. We are going to be going on to Howling Abyss. And we did see in the last fight for side, I think it was... No, the last fight for side was a Jin, but the second to the last fight for side, we did see the Xayah win it out through the tower. But it is going to be another mirror match this time, Lucian versus Lucian instead of Jin. And this, I think, is going to be more of a scrappier matchup, a little bit more fighting, because you know, Lucian is an AD spell slinger. It really depends on whether or not you can hit those piercing lights, whether you can perfectly trace that culling with your opponent's movement and your own movement. So this is going to be a skill matchup to decide who gets to get side priority.
I mean, I want to be happy seeing ADCs being, you know, picked up right now, similar to the fight for side. But we have seen too many Lucians, man. We have seen too many Lucians in our fight for side in all of the regular season. I want to see a different one. I want to see, like, well, we have seen many different champions a while ago, like the Twitch, like the Ashe, probably, or even the Ezreal. And, well, maybe they are going serious in this one, in this fight for side. They want to have the side selection priority. We have seen a little bit of a higher, you know, win percentage, of course, of JDG on blue side and red side, but I think OMG can have a really good chance against JDG if ever they win on blue side, or if they get blue side priority.
Yep, and whichever priority they get, I mean, it will be a... Oh, that's actually a good dodge out from the piercing light. Sandy taking E first, while SMK took Q first. Sandy most definitely coming out on top of that, because he was able to dodge out of the big damage, as well as pop that barrier ignite immediately, while SMK did take exhaust and flash. It's I would say that Sandy went for the more aggressive summoner spells, as well as the more aggressive level 1 ability too.
I mean, having a flash means that he can chase down Sandy later on if ever he gets the early advantage, or like the better trades. Because with the calling, you can just easily chase down Sandy. If you have dash, then SMK can just easily chase him out as well. Fortunately, he should have some sort of leverage now, at least in the laning phase, because he was able to pick up some item there. He went back into the base, wasn't really denied of any CS in the laning phase as well. So Sandy should be extra careful this time around, especially with exhaust having a relatively short cooldown. Ignite as well is really high, but the only reason why Sandy actually won the trade a while ago was because of the barrier, since it has a longer cooldown. The SMK can work around on that.
Yeah, and I mean, SMK already taking control of this lane with the heals that he received. Sandy having to dash away there, and really SMK being a tiny bit aggressive there, but he did set up that lane to be slowly pushing towards himself. So all in all, this could set up for, you know, a little bit of an SMK sided lane as we get into, you know, the next few minutes, as you know, Sandy will have to contend with that lane being pushed towards that tower, so he can't really make any too aggressive moves against SMK.
So it's still gonna be Black Cleaver for Lucians. Interesting. I thought maybe one of them would actually pick up something like, I don't know, Collector or Immortal Shield Bow, or you know, a Bloodthirst, or yeah, maybe something like that. No, not really. But anything other than a Black Cleaver would have been, you know, some good information on the Lucian matchup here in the fight for side. Though Black Cleaver is very famous on the Lucian.
Yeah.
Even in the PC version, right, we do see a lot of Black Cleaver simply because of the double tap, maximizing the procs of the armor reduction, and also movement speed just allowed Lucians to easily close in the distance, especially with the culling.
Yep. And I mean, the Black Cleaver does allow you to, move more quickly, close the distance, and really track your opponent's movements a little bit better with the culling. But I don't think the culling will be the coup de grace here. But it does come out there, and Sadie immediately dodges out. So does SMK. The tracking for both of these abilities, not the best. There's the exhaust coming out. There's the ignite as well. Sadie eliminating the healing for SMK. He still has barrier available. SMK still has flash available. So we could still see a little bit of an explosive exchange here once these two kind of settle down after that. But Sani has no mana, so he does need to be very wary of that, as SMK does have the resource advantage here. So Sani will go for that healing font. SMK will go for the other one, and immediately Sani dashes into him as well.
Really good pressure being done there by Sani actually in this particular 1v1. SMK always forced to go back into the base. The flash isn't really helping him at all in this fight just yet. Maybe he can have a good surprise onto Sani later on, but so far we are seeing more value on the barrier, on the ignite as well. SMK just playing things out safe for the meantime. Black Cleaver going maybe for an Immortal Shield Bow this time around. But, looks like Sani has other plans. Maybe a collector here.
Yeah, and I feel like the collector could be a decent option here, especially with the culling kind of needing that extra bit of oomph, a little extra bit of damage to really become a good option. But already SMK going to get the culling, actually most of it landing onto Sani as well as the exhaust. So now that Sani takes a little bit of damage from the piercing light, he will be forced to back away. SMK will be getting a little bit of free time on this tower, get some plates, get some gold, and extend that lead a little bit further while Sani is on the way back. And then he does have to get that health font though, so maybe not. Maybe he saves it for later, just relying on that natural healing that he will get through this lane. If SMK really wanted to maximize things, he would have gone for the health font in front of Sani's tower first, and then went for his own one later. But the Storm Rager does come out already, and SMK knows that he's got the advantage here. 800 gold up.
Let's see if it's going to matter here. Storm Razor or the okay. So it is going to be the anti-shield item here for Sani. I wonder why. Because it does provide some armor penetration. It does provide a decent amount of damage as well. But compared to a collector, it might have been better.
Yeah, culling already coming out onto Sani, and he basically tanks all of it. SMK able to dodge out of there, and Sani again immediately forced to back away. He has to really start getting out of these ones. Okay. As soon as Nian's signature came out, SMK was like, nope, you're not going to be able to get back there. So Sani forced to stay, forced to use that health font, because if he's not able to clear this wave, SMK will just go for the tower win. And oh my god, look at that damage though. Sani, with just a few abilities, just a few auto attacks, decimates SMK's health back as well. So he dashes in and immediately goes for the barrier. There's the exhaust too, and the ignite. The ignite will be taking down SMK. No, it won't, because he reaches the health font, but now he's got a little bit more health. Sani has to be very careful. No flash available though for SMK, so he should not be, all too worried unless an E immediately into his face. Oh, Sani with that. Oh, SMK dashes. That's a great 1-for-1. You see SMK fall into the grave, but Sani was the first one to get that kill. The W just fade away. Traded for SMK.
SMK actually having better economy here. Almost 2,000 gold lead against Sunny. It's just so good, especially with the plates that he was gotten into this game so far. Storm Laser adaptation actually helps him better than the Immortal Shield bow. Why? Because, well, with the anti-shield item here of Sunny, the Immortal Shield bow would have been, you know, reduced. But now, look at the confidence of SMK.
Yeah, because he has so much more damage, and immediately the Piercing Light trades it out. That was a lot of burst damage from SMK, and I don't think Sandy was ready for that, so that does mean that OMG will be getting side priority.
Perfect. Just perfect there for SMK. That is the win that OMG needs to have the side selection priority. They pick, I mean, blue side priority has been, you know, very famous in the, at least in the initial parts of the regular season, but we have seen other teams actually wanting the red side. In this patch 4.2, we do see a lot of, or like the teams, the recent teams, actually liking red side priority. EDG preferred red side. Invid Esports preferred red as well. That's how the pattern has been going right now in this upcoming patch, simply because you will be able to pick up 2 champions in response to the first champion that your enemy is going to be getting. So we can safely anticipate that maybe OMG is going to be picking red side as well. It looks like it's not going to be the case. They picked blue side. Goes for the first pick priority.
Yeah, because I do think in the in this patch of Wild Rift, I think blue side priority is a little bit more important to certain teams. They either want to get that Kai'Sa or get that Gragas. It feels like Gragas has become an even bigger priority pick in the support role these days. So, you know, that is something that some teams really do need to take note of. You know, that kind of pick priority, that way of building their composition does start with which side they choose. So blue side picked up for OMG does kind of signal that they maybe want to pick up that one very, very important component of their composition, whether it be a Gragas, whether it be a Kai'Sa, whether it be, you know, something different and wacky as well that we haven't seen yet. Maybe a Twitch. I do want to see a Twitch.
I want to see a Samira as well.
Samira as well is it's a good champion to kind of wish for here. But, you know, with JDG on the red side, you are still kind of forced to ban Camille, though Aatrox not as much of a priority now. Although Shen still pretty much perma-banned on the blue side.
Oh yeah, nobody wants a Shen, nobody wants a Camille still here in this game. Yeah, JDG is gonna be banning it out. Possibly we will see a respect on Akali. Yeah, Akali, the Virus, and the Senna, similar to our first series on Rare Atom in EDG, since it is a CN versus CN confidence teams battling it out. We can see that these teams scrim a lot as well. But JDG actually wants no part on the Kai'Sa here for OMG. So OMG can maybe pick up the Gragas, work around to get the Jhin later on, or maybe they can lock a different champion that we want to see, a Xayah Rakan, which I have been looking forward to seeing here in this patch 4.2.
Oh yeah, Xayah Rakan, they do have some advantages when picked up together. So with Kai'Sa being unavailable, that may be a route that perhaps JDG want to take, perhaps OMG will spoil them on. But, you know, Gragas and Kai'Sa taken out of contention. Aatrox was open, so we're going to be seeing the first Aatrox today. He's been unbanned the entire day, basically. We could see him come out now. Big fall from grace, actually, for this champion from the start of the competition. At the start of WRL, he was pretty much perma-banned or perma-picked. But now, this is the first time we're seeing him in about 5... This is the 6th game of the day, first time we're seeing him, and he's been unbanned for the entirety of today.
So JDG will be able to pick up the Virus. So that puts in question the Aatrox pick actually here of OMG. Because yeah, you can wreak havoc. Yeah, you can deal massive amount of damage with your sustain, high sustain as well. But if you can just be suppressed by the enemy team and burst it out, then you're just completely negligible. And that's the goal here of JDG. They pick up the Varus, they pick up the Wukong, two very good champions that has crowd control as well. And it's going to be a complicated approach for OMG, surely, just because of these picks. Chain of Corruption prevents any follow-up and can interrupt as well any engage from the enemy team if it lands correctly. OMG getting the Jhin should provide them the initial, bursting damage, especially in the early game. Galio as well for the zone control, and also the follow-up whenever this Aatrox is gonna go in.
Yeah, so already a very strong core for a anti-Galio composition. Sorry, not an anti-Aatrox composition. And another piece of the anti-Aatrox comp comes in, the Alistar. Very, very prominent lately in the last few weeks of WRLA, going to be even more prominent now, because I do think that Alistar as a support champion could be a very, very big pick in this coming week with the ADC meta coming out. And another, anti-Aatrox pick, of course, will be doing well for themselves. But you know what also this might be, what this could signal? Look at the champions of JDG and tell me that you don't see a Yasuo-centric composition.
Well, we have seen a Yone a while ago, right? And the only problem of the Yone of Shingdao 7 was it's too squishy. The burst was there coming in from Rare Atom. That can be the case of OMG posting now against JDG, but with the crowd control, maybe the Yasuo can come through if ever OMG doesn't ban it out. I love that you pointed it out. They are going to be banning it away just as a respect, simply because of the so much knock-up abilities there on JDG. But they can actually invest still on late game scaling. Jax is stronger right now, I would say, especially with the adjusted items. They can also go maybe with something like a Swain, but OMG wants to Buriram United Esports this out with one of Noel's really good picks, the Singe into the mid lane. I don't think it's gonna be a good idea. It's not really their playstyle. I think the Renekton is more well suited for aggression, especially for setting tempo in the early game. Zed might be better as well compared to the usual Corki mid. Yeah, they are lacking magic damage, but if they want to have a really fast-paced game, then Zed would come through. But looks like they want to invest a little bit on late game.
Yeah, just a tiny bit on the late game, because they do have the Jax, but man, the Zed for Fei Bai here can wreak a lot of havoc. Now, I can see this going a little bit sour for JDG if Sandy is not able to head off White Cat there in the top lane or bottom lane, whichever lane they choose to play in, because, the Rift Herald priority now has changed. But, Renekton. I do like the viewer support rating. A lot of people more familiar with the OMG brand, a little bit more supportive of OMG now that they're not in contention for the playoffs, which is, a little bit funny for the Chinese fans.
Looks like they want to see JDG fall down. They want to see OMG just scratch them one more time. They have a really aggressive composition. I'm liking this, honestly. They have the Jhin, they have the Renekton, they have the Galio as well. Late game scaling is there because of the Corki. JDG also has some late game scaling and early game advantage with Zed and Varus Alistar. But given the Renekton pick, this should give OMG some sort of leverage into the battle lane, especially that this champion has recently been buffed up, removing any sort of shield with the Ruthless Predator, especially when you have your Rage just ready and available. And in this case, OMG, again, is just wanting to have one last round. I want to see one-on-one pop out. I want to see SMK making the good plays as well.
Me too. I do want to see OMG a little bit more proactive here. And that starts in the laning phase. I think eyes are going to be up on the top lane with that Renekton there. versus Sadie's Jax. So, you know, a little bit of confrontation could be expected there. But in the bot lane, because it is AD meta, we are going to be focusing up on this a little bit more. Whitecat and Sunny in that top lane will have to be a little bit careful of each other, I'd say.
I remember coming into this tournament, OMG having... Oh, Doki.
Oh, yeah,
That's
Doki
okay.
taking quite a lot of damage. That's fine, though. That's fine. Juju's got his back.
I
But as you were
remember
saying-
coming into this tournament, Whitecat having a really good performance, especially with his Camille, and then it was contested. He tried the Jax, but wasn't really as fit as he wanted it to be. And now the Renekton should be a good sign from him, especially with his usual high mechanical playstyle. OMG just pressing now into the bottom lane. Again, the Jhin is really strong with proper wave clear, really good pokes, and good bursting damage even in the early game as well. Now helping OMG get a slight goal lead in this first 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, just a little bit better. Sunny getting the stun off onto Wildcat. Wildcat getting the stun off to Sunny, and both of them going for the ignite. Whitecat with the auto attack will take the Jax down once, is able to at least trade it out one for once. And yeah, in Yan going to maybe look for something there, but no, because he knows it once has the ultimate. The Cyclone is better than a level 4 Aatrox, so it should be completely fine. Gets the Skull Cap control, but that does raise concerns for Sandy's viability as a Jax in the top lane. I wonder what Juju could be up to next, because he is a little bit alone there. One-on-one and Monster.
Yep.
Going to be backed up there by Indian.
Yeah, JDG now trying to set up tempo into the game. Feibai and Doki working around, trying to answer back with the platings that OMG got into the bottom lane. Now having some into the mid lane. Also, Juju is being more comfortable in the laning phase, especially because of his really good wave clear. Now the gold should be even, especially with Juju getting one plate as well in the boss side against one-on-one. With the Varus and Jhin matchup, I actually want to give this a little bit towards the Varus simply because of the Chain of Corruption, but one-on-one is so far playing this really well. And with the protection of OMG, especially on team fights, we can actually expect that this Jhin is going to have so much help from the front line, so much space to actually work around. And JDG has a big responsibility, especially for Doki, to actually threaten him later on, because he's the only one who can resist the burst coming in from OMG.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, even if he is the only one who can resist the burst from OMG, the rest of JDG can burst themselves. I mean, they've got a very good chance of actually doing the damage onto OMG before OMG can retaliate. So it really depends on how these team fights go and who's able to engage first and who's able to engage better, or even get away and re-engage into them. So time will tell once we get into the mid-game, but so far not a lot of action here. Definitely a lot less action than our first two matches in the early phases of the game, which we have been, you know, our last two matches have been absolutely amazing for that kind of stuff. But Exhaust coming in, and he does go for the death mark onto SMK, and that should pop him. Yes, the assassination by Feibai is successful. He gets away from Monster as well, and that's a little bit of an acceleration for the Z scaling.
I mean, a bit of a sad moment there for Monster. He wanted to help out SMK, but he couldn't really chase down the Z simply because he has no mobility at all. Let's check out that replay. Really good punish by Feibai, because he used already the taunt and the knockoff. SMK tried to flash out, get some honey fruit, but with the last shuriken connecting, death was imminent already and unavoidable. Now with the first objective spawning up, RH and Dragons ready to be taken. Looks like both teams actually want to take this Dragon first before they actually tempo down towards the RH. Whitecat and Sunny has been fighting for days, but Sunny showing really good results in the Baron lane.
Yep, and speaking of really good results, Doki may be looking for a really good engage there onto 3, but That package will be used by SMK to get back into that Baron lane. Now, let's see, Feibai off on the wings. The rest of JDG should be funneling in. They're not taking that dragon down fast enough, and they have been routed, but Inyan's still able to get it. But there is a very quick kill onto the Jhin there for JDG, and then they funneled right into the mid lane. They will be going for that Rift Herald now, as White Cat with half health should be completely fine. He did survive that engagement with Sunny, and he did get that kill. But now, okay, OMG going to be going for the re-engage here. Inyan's there as well. Monster goes in first, and Doki's immediately very low. They still should be... No, the steal from Inyan onto the Rift Herald, but they will be paying for it with their lives. Looks like a Sunny flashes in and gets a kill onto Inyan. 1-on-1 now on the... is going to get chased, but JDG, they come away with more kills, but the objectives go the way of OMG. Let's look at that again.
I mean, let's check out this 1v1 that happened to Sunny and Whitecat, in which Whitecat has won. No counter strike means no damage reduction, no counter play towards the Renekton. Just the burst is real. And props to Inyan on that RH fight, because he was able to pick up some kills. He was able to pick up the RH as well. So now double objectives by OMG. This is not what we normally see coming from a JDG game.
Oh, yeah, because now this is a speaking of a JDG. Whoa, wow, 1-on-1 just got immediately throttled on and just pounced on. Unfortunately, the Jhin won't be able to scale up that much if he's busy getting trounced on. And you know, that Rift Herald actually did get that tower maybe a little bit more buff to Shelly. Could be it'd be a good thing. 65 HP on that tower still, but OMG at least were able to get some plates to shore up that gold difference, because looking at the kill difference, man, JDG is really going for the throat here. 3-7 already, but they only have a 1,500 gold lead.
1.5, I think that is you know, what they need right now, especially where I want to see the items right now of the teams, because I want to see who has the better gold funneling. Is it Feibai or is it Juju? Because both of them has gotten some impact already into the game. Juju has been farming out really well. Feibai got a kill a while ago, especially against SMK. And OMG wants to catch up. They are slowly catching up, especially with the plates that the Renekton was able to get something into the top lane. And they got double objective as well. Really good value on the RH to take down that mid-tier 1 early into the game. And JDG are just looking for opportunities across the map. They have the Alistar, they have the Wukong. Engage is going to be very easy come mid to late game, but every time Inyan...
Oh, Sunny! He is going to get the stun off, but Inyan with the World Ender. Oh my god! Oh, the smite takes him away. If Sunny didn't go back, that would have been actually good for him, but they retaliate immediately with 2 kills down. 3 kills here in the bottom lane as 1-on-1 falls as well. JDG pounds as soon as their member falls, their fallen comrade. They do this in that remembrance, and let's take a look at that again.
Really?
Oh my god, look at that.
JDG. Monster tried to help out SMK, but simply not enough. Numbers advantage and really good burst coming in from Feibai as well. Juju got intercepted there by 1-on-1, but that basically just became another free kill. This virus is popping off right now, and Doki is doing a really good job to help him out once as well. JDG is losing top lane, but they're winning every other lane.
Yes, they are, and that is something to be proud of if you're JDG, because I mean, if Sandy is the only casualty here, that Renekton still falls off. It should still fall off towards the later game, while Sandy, you know, he's taking opportunities here and there, and he's by far, you know, not super behind, but that's it's still very, very fine on that department. Now, we can see that JDG, they are still very ahead in most of the lanes. One's just falling a little bit short of Inyan there, but it should still be okay. Unfortunately for OMG, they are late to this dragon, so let's see if JDG are able to set up well.
JDG positioning, the OMG has a really good ward place in the pit as well. They have the damage later on big responsibility for Indian to actually wreak havoc, especially with the World Ender, but has to also be very careful again when JDG is complete, when they are grouped up. They are very deadly. Only Feibai is the one that doesn't have crowd control, but every single other member possesses some sort of suppression against the members of OMG. Those piercing arrows doesn't hurt as they do on AD build, but Juju with this hybrid build can actually help out so much on the bursting damage against the Aatrox. So they have to be very careful. They have to really take him out and also just avoid those folks coming in from JDG. They are starting Dragon. We have the Redican pushing into the bottom lane. Maybe Waika can actually pin him down, sitting under a ward. Curtain call.
Oh yeah, and that curtain call actually set that up. Joki already in the middle of it all. White Cat trying to take Sandy down, and he should be successful there. Yes, he is. He takes that Jax away, and OMG are able to steal away the dragon here, but JDG retaliate immediately. The damage is coming in from them. They do get another kill for themselves. It's a 1-for-1, but OMG have just been really on point on these objective steals and takes. They have not surrendered a single one to JDG just yet.
Looks like the fan boats are manifesting this win on OMG's side right now. 2 out of 3 Dragon Stacks secured already by OMG, and JDG cannot contest just yet or at all in this game right now. 2 Dragon Stacks helping so much on the scaling on the Aatrox as well. And last dragon is going to be a mountain dragon of all things. This is a very Aatrox centric on the dragon stacks. You have the healing from the ocean dragon, you have the increased damage from the infernal dragon, and if they pick up the mountain dragon, so much damage or so much durability will be provided for Indian to just wreak havoc. It already has a 2-1 scoreline, 2 items as well, a little higher in terms of gold against ones too. So oh man, sitting at the top of the gold charts is just everything that OMG wants to have in this game right now. They're banking on Indian for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, Indian has to step up here. Yes, he is Aatrox, but there is a very strong anti-Aatrox DNA in the composition of JDG there. Now, whether or not JDG is going to be able to prevent him from going rampant in these team fights is another consideration there. So, you know, if it really depends on the execution, because JDG, when they do get onto people, they stick immediately, and they are going to stick onto White Cat right now. What a good catch onto that Renekton. They get the stun, and the second stun as well by Doki, force him to pop the Dominus, and that is a big ability that they need to actually, you know, take away from the next team fight. But the way that JDG is playing this, they are putting a lot of pressure onto OMG with the picks and through the lanes, but they aren't really getting a lot of macro objectives off of these picks, off of this pressure.
Yeah, and JDG,
he's a target of a death mark, but unfortunately Feibai did not commit too hard there. Now that does mean that Baron is not going to be contested here. A little bit of a retreat from both sides.
I mean, we can already see a big potential for a fast Baron takedown, especially because of how squishy it is being updated here in patch 4.2, at least in the initial parts of the game when it is freshly spawned up. But with the position of OMG, they can easily just contest taking here of JDG, so it's very hard for them to actually start it up. They need to position perfectly. They need to land in the engage crowd controls against OMG. Sani has the Hull Breaker, so I think he will have again the role of split pushing into the top lane. But yeah, it's so hard to win fights when the Jax is around, because again, lack of damage, lack of really the utility of the Hull Breaker when team fights are happening, and with White Cat just focusing more on the damage in the 1v1 department, or even the armor penetration just because of the Black Cleaver. It's so difficult for JDG to actually group up and pressure for a fight, because this Jax is yet to actually pop off.
Unfortunately, I don't think Sani will be popping off per se. I think he'll be a little bit more of a backup force for his team, if ever, if anything like that, because it does you know, he is a little bit too behind. He hasn't scaled up enough to really be a threat at this point in the game to everybody else. But Doki's the one at the tip of the spear. He's the one who's always trying to go for these headbutt pulverize engages and trying to keep the jungle safe from the clutches of evil here of Inyan and one-on-one and Monster and Whitecat, who are, you know, finding their grips here and trying to really put a lot of pressure onto JDG themselves as this Mountain Drake is going to spawn up here. This is where the Dragon Dance begins.
Oh, JDG positioning now in the bottom side river. OMG contesting a bit. Inyan, we have to look at him at all times because when he pops that World Ender, that's when the fight is gonna start. He has a really good position. He gets engaged.
And immediately the Cyclone knocks him up. He hasn't popped the World Ender, but the dominance by Whitecat into the hero's entrance. He just now will be able to pop that World Ender there as he gets Death Mark there. Fei Bai, though, in a lot of trouble as he has to get away from them. But Doki is going to be able to take one down. Sorry, there was one who took him down as Doki tried to help. Now the curtain call will be calling curtains on either Juju or Doki. Here's the teleport coming through with the Zed. It was a...
Oh, no steal. Oh man, OMG getting the dragon is gonna be so good here for them, but JDG is trying to win the team fight. It's not gonna be enough. They have numbers advantage though.
Oh,
but Juju's gonna get intercepted. Indian is just popping off with a World Ender again as OMG Rex Havoc getting the third dragon, being online, just getting everything from JDG.
Yeah, the two World Enders in one fight. Inyan really being the linchpin here for his team. But let's take a look at that again because he was the first one to get engaged on and he held that World Ender for such a long time.
Yeah, but Inyan just surviving for days despite engage of Fei Bai, despite the damage being thrown at him by the members of JDG. Just allow them to have the reset into the dragon. Take note that the teleport went through. So both Sunny and Fei Bai should have had some sort of leverage into this fight just because of that fresh recall from the base and gets a couple of items as well. But Inyan stayed true to the form, getting the proper burst to take the dragon down. Good job by Monster as well, delaying and forcing or baiting JDG to commit onto him, buying time for one-on-one and Inyan to work in tandem, finishing the rest of JDG.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful stall by OMG. And even though JDG have twice as many kills, OMG has the gold lead at the moment. And with all of that, the Elder Drake has already spawned up, and OMG are the first ones onto it. JDG, they are not in a position to contest at the moment. Whitecat already going on to Doki. Excuse me, looking for that pick onto the cow himself. As Fei Bai trying to find an angle through the back, maybe looking for a little bit of an assassination attempt here. There's a Chains of Corruption immediately into the stasis as he is dominant. Whitecat will go down. Juju's the one who gets that kill. Doki try to get away as JDG try to disengage. It's still a 4v5. They have the man advantage, but is it really a man advantage? But Inyan is the man that you are going to be competing against. His World Ender has ended. He still gets an Elder Drake, and suddenly OMG, they find themselves in the driver's seat, and JDG, they are just along for the ride. The execution threshold is pretty high, and Fei Bai has to say bye-bye to this fight as he tries to say hello to SMK. SMK
Boom!
will bring him down. The burn will take him out, and that is OMG with an ace. With the Elder Drake, they're going to be pushing down mid.
The end is inevitable. The viewers' support rating basically has manifested this win, and OMG believed in themselves as well. Inyan with an Aatrox performance definitely ended this world for JDG. It is in this game number 1. He took the RH, he took 3 dragons, he took the Elder Dragon as well. That is basically the best thing that the jungler can do in the game for OMG, and Inyan made it through.
Exactly, and Inyan, big props to him. I mean, that's kind of why Aatrox is still really strong, man. There's even though the theory is, you know, with all these changes, Aatrox really not as effective as he used to be before, but that doesn't mean he's not effective at all. Look at exactly how Inyan dominated that field. I think a big part of it as well was that Sandy was mega gap by White Cat early on, and he really never was able to recover and become terrifying Jax that is very much more common in these games. But yeah, look at just Inyen taking over the field and really giving himself a little bit more of respect here, and he did get the most gold. But Juju still was the one with the most damage, had the most kills here. As you know, he has to be. He is the ADC, he is the Varus, but Inyen, God, that world-ending man, that world-ending champion, just insane still, even with all the nerfs.
I mean, Aatrox is nerfed pretty hard, especially with this Darkin Blade. A lot of teams has found the counter towards Aatrox, but in the end, basically they said, no, it's not gonna be enough. I'm still gonna be using this champion. I'm still gonna be wreaking havoc with this champion, and he basically did. Not really in terms of kills, because his score was 2-1-4, but in the objective takings, he was really there, denying any sort of chance of OMG or wants to take those objectives for themselves. And that's the important thing, especially in these scaling compositions. They have the Corki, they have the Jhin, they have a composition that can strive in the mid to late game, but does have their weak points. But with the 3 dragon stacks, it's just so difficult to actually take down. The Aatrox is very much online. You have sustain, you have additional damage, and you have durability as well. Then you add in an Elder Dragon, for God's sake. That is just the Infinity Stones being taken there by Inyen. And game number 1, perfectly demonstrated by OMG. JDG can still contest, but momentum definitely is on OMG right now.
Oh yeah, we can definitely still go into game number 3, but with OMG maybe getting a little bit better of a read of the meta right now, we could see them push this and really get into that 2-0 and kind of redeem themselves in the eyes of the fans who want them to redeem themselves. Because honestly, it has been a little bit rough for OMG. Yeah, they are eliminated from the playoffs contention, but that doesn't mean that they can't pull off something great, something that can still please their fans, because they were winning the fan vote here against JDG. So hopefully, they pull off something that is remarkable and brings happiness to the people who are supporting them.
I mean, the audience, people watching, the viewers are wanting to see one last push coming in from OMG, and they're doing it. Inyen is leading the team, leading the charge, providing them the objectives and the utilities. Definitely a well-deserved MVP performance. This is his 7th, by the way.
Yeah, it is very, very good stuff there for OMG. I really hope that they have a lot more in the tank to prove themselves here against JDG.
I mean, yeah, they still have a chance. They can still go with the reverse sweep. Hopefully they do, because this is not the JDG that we know. OMG does have leverage. They only need one more game.
Yeah, and that one more game may be coming up very soon as we take a little bit of a short break. I'm G10, he is Guiyang, and we'll see you for what is potentially the last game of the day after this break. We'll see you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner when the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is potentially the last game of the night. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Gayang, and the story so far is that OMG, Inyan and OMG just took JDG to task and brought them down in the first game. So let's take a look at the band picks. Maybe OMG can keep this going.
They have to keep this going. I mean, JDG, that game number 1 wasn't the JDG that we know.
Yeah,
again, this is a new patch. There is a lot of changes, but I don't think that performance was what JDG wanted to have in this series against OMG. Again, the comparison is very huge, or the difference is very huge. This is a 4th place position in the standings. This is how strong JDG is as a team, as an organization here in China, and OMG should be the one to be trying to hold the horses, hold the door here in this series, but that wasn't really the case in game number 1. We didn't see any dragon contest coming in from JDG. Most of the time they were giving the objectives away to OMG, and right now they are going to be giving at least in respect to Inyan's Aatrox. That is a good sign. Kaisa can be prioritized this time around as well if ever OMG does not ban it away, because we saw Juju on the Varus. He was actually really good on that champion, but I think the other members were a little bit lacking a bit in terms of the pressure Whitecat was winning the lane against Sunny. SMK was actually able to turn the tides around against his battle against Feibai, while Inian just denies any sort of impact by once.
Yeah. Now, what really grinds my gears now is that in the last game, okay, so the Jack's first pick, I was literally just about to talk about that. That's what grinded my gears in the last game, is that JDG picked the Jax first, and then they got counter-picked by OMG with a Renekton. Now, that potentially can happen here on the other shoe, on the other foot, as yes, the Renekton will be picked up here by Sunny to combat Whitecat. This is why Jax has such a low win rate in Wild Rift League Asia, because he gets picked first, and then they pick the Jax into Renekton, or the Jax gets picked first, and then the Renekton follows, and it's just a losing matchup, man.
Unless OMG wants to put this Jax into the jungle, but with the hover on the Kha'Zix. Man.
Not gonna be the jungle.
So we're
Jax.
gonna see a switcheroo on Baron lane, unless Whitecat can perform really well on the Jax. He has been trying to. This is actually his second priority pick in the Baron lane. The Jax when the Camille is banned away, which is 99.9% of times. So the Kha'Zix gonna go through Inian. I think in terms of objective takedowns, this is relatively high as well.
Yeah, that is a very big possibility, because man, I just gotta stop for a second, because it honestly really makes me a little bit angry and sad. It pisses me off when a Jax is first picked, because you don't know what you're going to run into, man. You are basically saying, oh, this is a free lane as long as you pick Renekton, and I'm giving you that choice. I'm giving you that free Renekton pick. So, you know, if Whitecat is not able to keep Sunny in check, which is, you know, very typical, very likely, because it's a Jax and the early game is really bad, then this could turn out pretty badly for OMG, because they are going to be going back to the old meta as well. The AP carry in the bot lane, one-on-one on that Ziggs. I mean, Ziggs, I think, is one of those AP carries that could still make it big in this new meta, because he does have amazing tower taking potential. So, with all that being said, the Alistar are going to be coming out, and then the Zeri. JDG playing it a little bit risky here. Yeah, the double support to really dial in. Yeah, the double marksman to use double support and double marksman to really dial in that new meta. But the I thought it was just a hover. They picked it. They committed. OMG with the Yasuo. The only real activator here for that Yasuo is going to be the Steel Tempest Tornadoes and the Explosive Cast. So I hope SMK has a big, huge, amazing plan for this. Otherwise, he's just going to get dumpstered on by Feibai, who is going to be bringing that Zeri to the mid lane.
I mean, the Yasuo can serve really well, especially in negating those projectiles coming in from JDG. And also, the engages can be really good on OMG's side, but looks like they want to stay on the APC meta. Well, Ziggs is going to have, you know, a really still a good time, I would say. It's not really nerfed. It's just that the ADCs were buffed up, and Ziggs is one of those champions that is very easy to use, I would say, because just one Inferno in Mega Inferno Bomb, you will be able to deal a lot of damage onto a fight, especially on a squishy lineup that JDG has. If you burst out the Zeri, burst out the Kai'Sa, then every single other champion will just be negligible. And that's the goal here of OMG. Whitecat on the Jax should be fine against Sunny's Renekton. It can be concerning. Yeah, Renekton is one of the best, if not the best Baron lane champion that you can actually use in the Baron lane right now. But Whitecat is wanting to prove otherwise. So that shows confidence. That shows the personality of OMG as a team. And I'm just generally liking that.
Yeah, I quite like that as well. OMG really kind of cementing their status here, even though they are not going to be contending for playoffs. They are just kind of having a little bit of fun with their composition. The Yasuo, the Ziggs, the Gragas really taking us back to the earlier weeks of Wild Rift League Asia, while JDG kind of committing to that philosophy of having two supports, having two marksmen as well, and then Sunny up in that top lane versus White Cat, who was actually shredding. Interesting. The early game Jax.
Because the main difference or the tipping factor on a Renekton and Jax matchup is the timing on the Counter-Strike and the Ruthless Predator. If White Cat can just dodge the Ruthless Predator, then he would be fine against Sunny. And Yasuo and SMK into the mid lane is actually very interesting because look at how confident he is. And with the Immortal Shield Bow, actually, he would be able to stay alive better than before because he has the passive as well, the shield. So imagine how tanky the Yasuo can actually be, and better as well on the itemizations because he can use the Immortal Shield Bow and the Phantom Dancer as well, or maybe just go with the IE. It depends on him, honestly, but every single ADC item can be used on the Yasuo. That's how good this champion is right now.
Yeah, because Yasuo is just basically an ADC in disguise. He's an ADC wearing a melee hat and swinging the sword around, but most of the ADC seems to around. There's the exhaust going on to Faye by. He had to flash out and take that honey fruit to just be able to survive, but barely. You can see the Yasuo lane already paying out dividends there for OMG. Their lane control pretty decent, but they are losing in terms of just slightly losing in terms of gold because of that, little bit of a range disparity.
Well, it's been simply because of the passive wave of ones actually. Was able to pick the Scuttle Crab into the bottom lane, while Inyan has just recently picked up their own Scuttle Crab in the top lane. Everything is even. SMK was winning a little bit in the matchup in the mid lane, but one is here, and that's a big skill that SMK already used. The Wind Wall no longer available, and once can just time his gank here into the mid lane. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Monster and Doki gonna be going towards the top side now as they want to help out White Cat and Sunny. But mid lane, fortunately he was able to dash away.
Yeah, really good timing there by SMK. The dash keeping him safe, keeping him away from all of that noise. Good stuff as well. Good stuff as well from JDG, trying to, be proactive here with their support roams. And yeah, just a little bit of a slower start here, though. OMG, I think they should be getting a little bit more aggressive once Inyan is able to make his presence known in those lanes as that Bug, as that Kha'Zix. But so far, going to be a little bit more quiet. I am waiting for SMK to group up with that Gragas to really wreak havoc on things here.
Good timing by White Cat once again. I think Inyan is gonna go with his usual playstyle, similar to game number 1, not really looking for fights, but more so focusing on objective. He is spotted by a ward playstyle by Sunny, or by once actually in the top lane when he was going there. So Sunny should be fine. White Cat just gonna be staying actually.
Ooh. And actually, Sunny getting in a lot of danger. Inyan goes in, he's got the isolation, but the turret protects Sunny from further encroachment, from further abuses. Inyan gets away with just a sliver, tiny sliver of health.
Yeah, fortunately, Sunny was still able to back away. Had it been, a mistimed slice and dice, then he should have been taken away by Inyan. Also under the tower, he was threatening for a 1-for-1 trade, or maybe even an outplay. So now White Cat's just leveraging down with the HP advantage that he does have in the lane against Sunny, but always needs to be very careful because again, any rotation can actually happen as OMG, or JDG rather, has made the recalls, and once is already in the top lane, will be spotted under a ward. White Cat, I think he should have walked out there. Has to wave. Able to jump.
Yeah, once that could have been a little bit scary because once is in that jungle. He is building more damage and tankiness at the moment, so that could have been very scary. But JDG get the onus here on the Rift Herald. 1-on-1, and Monster really not enough to contest this. as their jungler will decide to just trade objectives here, although that does leave the question of whether or not teams are really super prioritizing the Rift Herald over the Drake. Some teams still, consider a trade to be good, an objective trade to be good, as long as no lives are lost, and no lives have been lost at all. 0 for 0 at the moment.
Doki just helping him out. Sunny!
Oh, that's a death charge. Once going to take a lot of damage, or give a lot of damage onto once, and then just stomp the ground for the first kill of the game. First blood by that AP Naughty Dog, as Inyan was a little bit too late on the counter gank. Sunny should have died there, but the damage from the Jax just a tiny bit lacking.
Yeah, it was a weird scenario actually. By Inyan, I think he wanted Whitecat to actually back off first before committing, but that big distance allowed. Oh! What a flash! Drift through.
In a lot of trouble, but he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I actually thought that there was gonna be a follow-up coming from 1-on-1, but again, that's the problem when you pick up the Ziggs. If you use their Mega Inferno Bomb, then you won't really be able to follow up anymore in terms of damage, aside from the bouncing grenade. Doki!
Oh, Doki! What a good engage onto. Oh no! A fumble! A fumble with the headbutt! He wasn't able to get ahead enough and actually accidentally headbutted him towards
be
safety.
excited on something and then something bad happens and then oh no. We got hyped for nothing.
Oh no.
Round 2.
Yeah, Doki though, a little bit caught out here. He is very low. He does have that 50% damage debuff, but he will still go down. Now that is JDG able to actually re-engage once. Does go incredibly low, but it is up to Sunny now. Whitecat gets the stun off. One-on-one, can he get it? Inyan, can he get it? No, it's Whitecat who finds that kill, and OMG bring themselves to the forefront. They get 3 kills for the price of 1, and they get the gold lead for themselves.
Gold funneling is really nice as well, because Whitecat 1-on-1 was able to pick up kills for themselves. Started off with Doki getting spotted out. He should have been able to flash away, but he already used his flash into the mid lane, so there's no escape, no man as well. JDG should have just backed away and not forced a fight, because that was a 4 versus 2. And yeah, they were able to pick up 1 kill. Had it been one more member there into the fight, it could have turned the tides around, but Whitecat actually secured 3 kills in that fight, which means this Jax is just broken now.
Yep, Whitecat. Again, the Jax versus Renekton matchup is very difficult for the Jax in the early game. I mean, he has been pretty much gapped there once, considering this gank, but also considering leaving with the Baron empowered recall, and he will finish off that recall. And OMG had full vision of that the entire time, so Whitecat was really in not any danger as long as he didn't step far enough away, as long as he wasn't arrogant enough to try to go for that. But now SMK defending here in the bot lane against Fei Bai, and Rift Herald will be spawned up in the mid lane. This should take down that tower very easily, which is something you don't really want when you're playing a Ziggs composition. But oh god, the top lane, Sammy and Whitecat got in a little bit of a tussle, and Whitecat did come out on top, forced Sandy to pop the Thomas, but both of them had to just back away there.
JDG, while they still have their late game scaling, they still have the Kaisa here for Juju, so as long as he is able to farm up, then it should be fine here, or on JDG's side. They just need to find a way, especially through Doki, to prevent Whitecat from ever reaching him, SMK as well, Inyan as well, and the Mega Inferno Bomb. So that's basically the whole kit of OMG needs to be denied by JDG away from Juju, then and Fei Bai as well, of course. Then maybe they will have a standing chance on a team fight against them. It's so difficult to actually execute because it takes so much time for this composition to scale up. Look at OMG, they have a good position here. If they can engage through Monster, might be a really bad fight. Oh, the damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb is just obnoxious. Fortunately, there was a honey fruit that Juju and Fei Bai was able to share onto each other. Doki took so much damage. OMG just preparing.
Yeah, but even though Doki took a lot of damage, he can just still pop his ultimate and be able to engage and survive for a decently long time. As OMG, they are going to start that that dragon up, but Whitecat has gotten their attention there, and he is kind of on the retreat. He has to regroup with his buddies. As OMG, they are going to start work on that mid lane tower instead. They are kind of baiting this Baron fight. Sorry, this dragon fight, as JDG are the ones who commit, and they commit hard. They do get it though, as Whitecat on the back line, onto 3, onto 4. Doki forced to back away now, as OMG, they are the ones on the chase here. Doki knock up of 3, but will that be enough as the explosive cast lands? And then there's the last breath onto 1 only, and only 1 person has died so far in this entire fight, and it wasn't on the side of JDG. So OMG have to disengage, have to get away, but even though they lost that dragon, they gained 2 towers, and that's something that you really wanted as XCOM.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically the whole intention here of OMG, try to accelerate the game as fast as they can, especially that they have a Ziggs, especially that late game scaling of Feibai and Judy is going to be so scary. Let's check out the replay, because Dogi had such a good 3-man knockup, followed up by Sandy, followed up by Judy with a killer instinct. Had it been, you know, a better follow-up coming in from Once and Feibai as well, maybe they could have gotten 2 or 3 kills, but they only got SNK, and OMG is happy with that. Yeah, they lost, the dragons are equal now, but OMG can still go with the assassinations. Inyan has a big responsibility to jump on them later on, get the reset through Feibai and Juju. If they take down these carries, JDG is done for.
Yeah, so really OMG, they have a very tough cookie to crack here against JDG. But yeah, OMG have no clue. They don't know. They just now have vision of that Baron being... Oh, there's a Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh no, one still is able to get it, but the rest of OMG, they should be able to engage. They should be able to chase back. JDG once already with a successful back monster, not able to get anything going with his flash body slam. But what a disaster for OMG, giving that for free over to Jingdong Gaming. Sunny versus Whitecat now in the bot lane. Sunny, his dominance ran out, but his fury is still going. He's still raging, and Whitecat is the object of that fury. He won't be able to make it back into tower. Oh yes, he will with a shield as well, but the barrier won't save him. Sunny almost got decimated by the tower, but not quite. He's able to get away scot-free. Now Inyan may be looking for an inroad here with one-on-one, but Monster's there, and Doki knows, and Once is there as well. The Baron buff minions will be trying to make this tower fall, and Doki's there to see it through it all. Feibai as well, getting auto attack down, and the towers are starting to fall here for the side of OMG.
The hook though,
little by little.
That is a little bit unfortunate. Hit the terrain instead of champion there, and OMG, yeah, this composition is slowly chipping off. I mean, the Ziggs does have some wave clear, but when he uses the Mega Inferno Bomb, it's gonna be bad for them already. Cast.
Ooh, that was a big chasm. The last breath though, finding Doki, just Doki. Unfortunate, because that's not the target you want. That's just so difficult for JDG to get, or for OMG to get a positive engage here, because their composition is not built for that. It's, I mean, if they were gonna pick a Yasuo, I would have expected something like maybe a Vi, maybe a Wukong in the jungle, but instead they went for Inyan's Kha'Zix, and the last pick the Yasuo. Really not a lot of enablers for that one big team fight winner. So it is what it is, and OMG really have to just make the best of it before JDG run rampant here.
And odd, right? Because it's OMG that actually banned away the Wukong.
Yeah.
And they picked up the Kha'Zix. Well, they picked up it as a third pick, so they don't really have a lot of option anymore, and that's one of the reasons why the Kha'Zix can be a concerning pick at times. It's a 50-50 champion. If you pop off, you get the objectives, then this Kha'Zix pick is working. But if you don't, then it's more towards the side of JDG right now. Nautilus does have a big bursting damage, especially when it's built like AP, and he has been looking for the picks. He has been looking for those hooks as well towards the members of OMG. With the leverage that they have right now, they're having good position in the bottom side river as well. SMK cannot enter because he has to rely on Monster. They will engage,
Yeah, already JDG have started. They may just finish this dragon, and they have. They've taken it already as OMG late on the engage once again. They're the ones we're going to get engaged on by Sandy as well. And White Cat trying to survive there. He will be able to completely survive. There's the last breath onto the cow, but Doki, that is just the support. They've taken that White Cat to top later. But look at this response already. OMG, they're shredding through it at JDG, and they've done 4. They're looking for the 5th. Indian looking to carry here. Juju, can he find a way through? And Indian just flashes through, gets the isolation Q, and slices him in. The quadra kill for the Kazakhs, and they barrel down the mid lane. Sure, you got the dragon, but they got all of the lives. Ace for 1. OMG looking to end the game.
10 seconds for the Alistar. 10 seconds for Doki to be alive and try to stop the push here of OMG. But I think it's not going to be enough. 3,500 plus a double because of the shield. Monster has fallen down. Looks like damage not going to be enough. Doki is here. But I don't think it's going to be enough as well. The damage is just too much. 2-0. What?
2-0. OMG. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the team name. Oh my god. What happened?
And that's the same reaction that we have as well. OMG. With a 2-0 victory against JDG. The 4th spot or the 4th placer in the standings of the CN Conference versus the 11th spot. And OMG basically demolished them in this game. Well, JDG doesn't have any bearing anymore. It's not an important game for them, but still, OMG, this was very important for them. Again, the strong finish is there. Now they've made a really good impact against JDG, having a strong finish in the series, and they only have 1 more game after this, and we can't help but feel really happy for them in this amazing performance. After this, on Friday, they will battle against Rare Atom, battle against the 12th place or the last spot in the CN Conference, and looks like the momentum is in their favor. The fans believed in them. 55 or 60% of the people believed, and they made it worth.
Amazing. I mean, it's all a fan energy that funneled into OMG, and you can see how, you know, slowly JDG was turning the tides of that match to their favor. SMK with the lowest damage of the entire game, even lower damage than Doki, the Alistar, but he was there when it counted, I guess. That last breath kind of cemented some things for OMG in that last team fight, but really it was Inyan who was carrying the entire team in a backpack. 4-0 and 3, only didn't participate in 1 kill, and wow, absolutely insane game. Like we really thought that, you know, given another 5-10 minutes, JDG would have secured that, but that commitment to that team fight, OMG being able to secure the kills even after the dragon was taken down, that was absolutely beautiful. And then they just went for the throat because they knew if they let JDG respawn, they would have, you know, a lot less chance to make it through.
I mean, Enyan was struggling a little bit, especially in the dragon contest, right? JDG started that fight after taking the dragon, but Enyan was actually timing himself perfectly on those engages, on those resets. Not even Feibai, not even Juju was able to stop him down. Got the quadra in the end with 4 people alive. OMG just sprinted down into the mid lane. Monster died, which was unfortunate because he tried to tank in the tower, but the numbers were still enough for them to finish up the Nexus, the buffed up Nexus. And OMG has cemented a 2-0 victory against JDG. It's just outstanding, I would say. Astonishing.
Absolutely. And we really weren't prepared for it. We were fully prepared to go to game number 3. Yeah, we were like, oh man, JDG, they're going to be able to take this game, bring us to game number 3 a little bit longer on the broadcast. But, you know, OMG, they proved that this meta is something that could be actually manipulated to their favor. And it's actually White Cat with the MVP. You know, that is something that I kind of slightly disagree with, because, you know, he really was not super duper uber relevant for until the end of the game, until like the last probably 5 minutes. Really?
Actually, I would say otherwise because they got a triple kill in the top side fight a while ago, right? Was able to land a triple kill, really good impact, win in the lane against Sunny as well, bash the tower into the top lane. And in that last fight, the only reason why Indian was able to get that quadra kill was because White Cat was zoning everyone away. Everyone was focused on taking the Jax down, and Indian was just there for the finish.
Yeah. Well, man, with all that, I would kind of say that White Cat did have a little bit of a tough time at the start, but yeah, maybe with that triple kill and then the subsequent pressure and the tower taking, he was able to impact the map quite a bit more. I just really didn't notice it because I was more focused towards the JDG side. But hey, here's what happened today. EDG 2-1 versus Rare Atom. Service Esports 2-0 Bangkok INV Esports. And finally OMG with a 2-0 against JDG. That is a slate of matches that we kind of expected but really didn't expect, especially that last game, that last match. I didn't expect OMG to go all out and really win in 2. So good on them. What a showing of the first day of patch 4.2 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing feat. So, well, fortunately, it's not really gonna affect any of the standings here on their side. OMG at most is just gonna be getting, well, 6 wins in total if ever they win against Rare Atom. So still sitting at the 11th spot. JDG unharmed at all. They're still 4th spot, and I believe they have one more game as well. No, they have one more game against J Team, and it is I believe the match of the week as well. On Sunday, on the Sunday special of Dash and Autolus. On the APAC side, it is going to be Cerberus Esports still sitting at the 5th spot. They really want to climb to the top 4. They really are trying as well. But it all will depend on the performance of Naos Esports and Enigma Galaxy. If Naos Esports will lose their matchups in both these schedules, Naos will battle against Fennel tomorrow, and Enigma Galaxy will have 2 matches against Invade Esports and Fennel. If they lose, then Cerberus Esports can take their spot.
Yeah, and I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on Naos Esports here. But I mean, Fennel, they are one of the scarier teams to go up against here for the Manila team. And FBX versus Woohoo Gaming, a little bit of an oofy there as well. Something that really is not all too important, though Woohoo Gaming still, they are the one with a chance to make it into the playoffs still. But Room United versus Team Flash, this one really doesn't matter in terms of playoffs contention because Miriam is confirmed qualified. Team Flash confirmed already kicked out of the playoffs. So a little bit of a confusing slate for tomorrow's matches, but you know, there is still a possibility of Fennel using that game to kick out Naos Esports of out of playoffs contention.
I mean, there's still a chance. That's why we see even on the page, right? These teams still have a really good chance. Some teams are mathematically eliminated from the playoffs already. Some teams are assured of their spot, but as long as the fight is still on, every single team should try their very best, and some are actually, you know, getting their win. Cerberus Esports is doing it. We have seen a one last raw of OMG, and it's just amazing run.
Yeah, and what an amazing run from OMG it was. It's just a little bit sad that, you know, they aren't going to be able to compete meaningfully for the rest of their time here in the WRLA, but that is how the cookie crumbles. They underperformed for the past like 9 weeks, and they're just showing up now against JDG. a little bit too late for them. But that does mean that, you know, we can expect a lot of shakeups here in the WRLA in the last week of competition because the meta has shifted. The pros are still figuring it out, and we cannot wait to see what's next. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. It has been a pleasure casting for you guys today. We will be seeing you tomorrow for day number 2 of the 10th week here, the last week of the regular season. After this week, ladies and gents, we're going straight into playoffs, so we will be seeing you tomorrow. Our first match is Fennel versus Naus, so Filipino fans, raise the flag and raise your spirits to the sky. We'll see you then.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.